participantes virtuales interpretación simultánea al inglés,
There will
portugués.
be simultaneous interpretation into English, Portuguese, and Spanish. We will have Spanish audio here in the room all the time, regardless of the language people use while we gather here. We are going to record the session. This is going to be a very crowded subject and a very crowded meeting. I mean, there will be lots of subjects to discuss. So before we begin with the first presentation, which will lead us to speak about the Regulatory Convergence Project, we would like to thank the National Medicine Direction that helped us. Something that happened last Thursday. We should have met at the Chancellor's office, but something happened there. And so the room was busy, and the Dirección de Medicamentos very quickly helped us get this room for us to meet. Thank you very much for the invite and for the additional effort of giving us a venue for us to meet today. So we thank the Dirección Nacional de Medicamentos. So we're about to start with the first presentation. I think that we can skip the housekeeping, go straight to the subject matter. 1 second, please. Next slide, please. So I have the remote here. Very well. So before I start sharing with you where we're at, I think that most of you know a little bit of the Regulatory Convergence project for COVID-19 project. Luckily, COVID is something of that we are moving ahead, not completely left behind. But well, today we have a couple of. You all know her, Leticia Fonseca, who is our expert in medical devices, but basically the in vitro reagents. She is the executive secretary from Brazil, and the rest of the countries that are members of the coalition. And we also have Susan Suarez. Susan, didn't see you. Susan, who lives in Colombia, she's a senior consultant of the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence, and she used to be the liaison with the Colombian office. So thank you very much to the two of you for being here. So now let us begin so that we can start sharing where we are at right now with the progress, the journey it's been. For some of you who perhaps do not know this, the Regulatory Convergence Project for Medical Devices COVID-19 is called the MDRC, to keep it short, just like the coalition. We call it just the coalition to keep it short. It is a private-public initiative that is a project of a very broad reach that is called the Alliance for Standardization. And in this specific project, speaking about medical devices, we have the participation of the Agency for International Development of the US, the Institute of the American Standards Institute, DUAMED, and the coalition itself. The geographical scope is 4 Latin American countries: Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. In Africa, we're working with Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. And in Asia, we are working with Indonesia. It is also important to remember some of the most important aspects that we look after in this project that have to do with the identification that we did together along with the regulators of those countries and the private sector, in which we have gathered different challenges that we have identified and things that have to do with procedures, technical matters, and within them, which were the ones that were having the greater impact, because this project started in 2020, right with the pandemic. So what was the biggest challenge for us to quickly respond to the situation? And what could we take advantage of? What could we do differently so as to have a better recovery of the pandemic. So in this sense, we were looking to be better prepared for things that we don't want to see again, but it will, a new pandemic. So within those elements, there are many that we consider are paramount from the procedural and technical perspectives. We have found that the common denominator of most of the challenges that we identify together had to do with the fact that at some point of the development of the regulatory frameworks, not all of these stages, not all of the recommendations of good practices had been observed. Fortunately enough, right when we were beginning the works of the project, the World Health Organization published their own guidelines and recommendations on good regulatory practices. And based on that, the recommendations for good reliance practices, which are also an extraordinary powerful tool for us to move forward in convergence and also to be able to be better prepared for a possible future pandemic and for the implications that would mean, especially regarding the daily operations of national regulatory agencies, as well the way in which the producers and the distributors of medical devices operate. And from the technical perspective, we have found that there were some opportunities amongst all of the relevant players in the sector, regardless whether we're public or private, regarding some basic technical skills and opportunities to find new efficiencies in the processes, because at the end of the day, the result of being able to satisfy, to be able to close the technical knowledge gaps and to be able to improve processes so that they were more efficient, obviously this provides consistency, and that is of the essence, especially for patients, so that they can have access to the medical devices they need when they need them, and they have the certainty regulators know that the private sector is going to do things right and won't make their lives more difficult by creating inefficiencies. And likewise for the private sector to have certainty of what am I supposed to deliver when, what are my requirements, so that the medical devices are available for patients in a timely manner and in the most efficient way possible. So within this framework, we have done a lot of work in terms of skill development and capacity development. And that is the foundations to work on the next stages of maturity, not only for regulators, but also of interesting impact. Let me give you some figures of 2023. In other times, we have shown from different times. In 2023, has encompassed work. We have participated with almost 700 people who represent different national regulatory agencies as well as the private sector. We have had more than 1,000 participants. So it's been thousands of labor hours, training hours that we have given. The result is that now we have a base of knowledge. Now we are transferring it so that we have more robust processes to capitalize them when new regulations are being created or when they are being updated, so as to be able to comply with all of the steps, all of the stages of good regulatory practices in a way in which the regulatory tool that is created is as robust, as efficient as possible for each one of the countries, just as the World Health Organization recommends. In Latin America, where we're at, and I skipped a slide, I think, the role of Brazil has been very supportive for regional activities. Right now, we're working with them in a process to streamline conformity assessment subjects in which Anvisa and Metro NIST, the FDA from the US, are participating. And in the case of Colombia, we are at the final stage of a project in which we're working with the Ministry of Health, with whom we have developed as part of the project a operation procedure for the application of good regulatory practices. Now we are enriching it by providing a checklist to verify that all of the steps that are recommended for good regulatory practices are observed, and that all of the legal obligations that are embedded in good regulatory practices are also being honored. The National Department of Planning last year learned about the process and decided to use this as a guideline to create a generic that has a national reach, but also a territorial one. And with the Ministry of Trade, we are working to confirm, to verify, to align the scope understanding of different definitions that exist in the Colombian framework that have to do with the distinction between a technical, regulatory, and a procedure. And this might sound perhaps not very much connected to what we're doing, but it is, because how we treat processes depend on how we categorize them. And there are certain differences between institutional definitions, and even within institutions there are different understandings. So that's why we're working with the Trade Ministry so as to be able to create tools to facilitate aligning the criteria, the interpretation of all of those concepts. In the case of Mexico, we feel very pleased to learn that a few weeks ago, COFEPRIS has requested to become a member of the unique audit program for single devices last Thursday, or this Thursday, rather. They will present with some producers in the border towns of Mexico, the US, they will present the uncertainty strategy that includes their recommendation of using checklists on good regulatory practices. COFEPRIS will be participating at the MDSAP event at the end of October in Brazil. Brazil will host this event with ABISAT in Brazil. And likewise, there'll be a government meeting, Avisa COFEPRIS, so as to be able to capitalize the Brazilian experiences in those specific matters that are important for COFEPRIS in Mexico. We have the checklist for good regulatory practices that were developed regarding how COFEPRIS and the Mexican Pharmacopedia operate. We have created different legal analysis regarding different matters such as public consultations, the legal value of papers created by COFEPRIS and publishings. And we have also invested important resources in terms of capacity building. In the case of Peru, we have received feedback on the update of procedures for the approval of medical devices in that country, and we're also working in the development of capacities in all sectors. Our next events in Latin America, we will have a webinar on the implementation of good regulatory practices, especially regarding their impact and effectiveness. This will happen on November the 14th, Mexico City, 9 a.m. And it'll be a virtual event. You will send you a link so that you can register if you want to participate. By the end of November, there will be a second part of a webinar that has taken place on stability studies. We have looked into the perspective of the FDA, which has supported us for this event. And now we will be getting to know the experience of the industry, and we are working with COFEPRIS for this organization. In the case of Africa, the work has been very intense this year. We are working at the regional level with the African Medical Device Forum, in which we, along with the FDA, created a training program to cover the main subjects all throughout the life cycle of medical devices. It is a curricula that will be available for everyone so that people can benefit from it. And we are also working in different initiatives for capacity building. In the case of Kenya, we have been working in the development of a strategic plan for medical devices for the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which is the equivalence, or is rather the institution who's responsible for medical devices, medicine, vaccines, etc. We're working in updating their own guidelines and operation procedures for the implementation of good regulatory practices. And this was very similar to what happened with COFEPRIS a few years ago. When we gave a training, the legal department of the PPB identified that the guidelines and the regulated procedure were not guaranteeing that all of the legal obligations in Kenya were covered, especially considering different agreements regarding the technical obstacles to trade committee, as well as to that has to do with the African trade zone. So they asked for our help to collaborate to be able to do the updates and make certain that they are in compliance with all of their obligations. Also, in considering technical capacity building based on the curricula. And in Ghana, we're working with capacity building. In the case of South Africa, the same thing. And with them, we're also working in the analysis of the new regulation, which is now open to feedback, to public feedback before it's enacted. Next, events in Africa. There'll be a regional meeting in the American Medical Device Forum on November the 6th to 9th in a hybrid format in Nairobi, Kenya. There'll be a workshop on conformity assessment on November the 10th in Kenya. And there'll be another training on good regulatory practices and technical competences in South Africa, November 14 to 16 in Pretoria. In the case of Asia, we are working with Indonesia in terms of capacity building, and we're also giving them consultancy for the development of their good regulatory practices with a checklist. And they are also having a new health regulation that has different implications for medical devices. And so we're working with them to support them to make certain that the implementation is in compliance with the different stages of good regulatory practices and it is fully aligned to the international references. And with this, I conclude. Are there any questions or comments? We have a handheld microphone in case people have a question. And for the people who are attending via Zoom, you can ask those questions in the Q&A panel, which is in the lower part of the Zoom screen. Any questions? There is a question on the side. Jimena. Good morning, everybody. And Alicia, thank you. I would like to know if you are considering in the other continents strategies that we could also learn from. For instance, this analysis that you're doing of the useful lifespan of medical devices, I believe this would be important for us at the regional level because here it is very complex for us to understand the lifespans and how to use the medication standard that applies to them. So if we could take advantage of what other countries are doing, it would be very beneficial because we would like to bring in the lessons learned. Thank you very much. The intention of the work that we're doing there is that, yes, we want to make it available for everyone who believes they could take advantage of it. All the trainings, all of the documents, our positionings, all are available at the website. And there's also a dedicated site for the Rotary work. I didn't bring it on the slides, but I'll give you the link. Everything that we do has a generic framework, but obviously we're also looking at the specific needs of the country. So as the Road to Convergence project, we have a very specific scope till December this year when the process ends with those countries. But as a coalition, we have the responsibility and the possibility to support all Latin American countries. So you're all invited to learn as much as you can. All of the materials that are available on our website, go take advantage of them. Silvio Baez, who is a member of the coalition, member of the executive committee, would say, because he always says, bring a big coffee mug and sit and explore the site. Take your time. They are very important materials. We were lucky enough to have technical experts from the most prestigious regulatory agencies of the world and people who are also taking very solid steps to move forward. Experts in good regulatory practices from the World Trade Organization have participated, from the World Bank, the American Business Dialogue, etc. So there's very valuable information that is shared, and we can use that as a foundation to start having those conversations and to develop those plans. And so, yes, the last slide has an updated contact data. All of the members of the coalition, we're here to help you. We're here to collaborate and to be able to facilitate the processes to move faster in regulatory convergence.
¿Listo? ¿Alguna otra pregunta o comentario? Ok, perfecto. Pues entonces.
Any other questions or comments? Right. Well, let's move on to our next session, where that will be moderated by Roberta Melemasa, and we're going to discuss our authorization for emergency use. Where were we during the pandemic, and where do we find ourselves now after the pandemic? Thank you very much, Roberta.
Buenos días para todos, muchas gracias. Me presento, mi nombre es Roberta Melemasa.
Morning, everyone. My name is Roberta Melemasa, and I work for the Roche Diagnostics. And I'm a part of the executive committee for the coalition. I would like to invite Dr. Heriberto Martinez Marquez to join us. Right, please go ahead. All right, well, this session will be about the authorization for emergency use, the places where we find ourselves, and we have the participation of Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. This session will be until 10:50. Well, we will share our perspectives on the industry and by the regulators. We'll take some questions at the end, so please write down all the comments that you may have and save them for the Q&A. And for the people joining us on the remote session. Oh, good. Well, for the people who are joining us via Zoom, you can type your questions in the Q&A section. Also, we have Marisol Sanchez de Andy here with us, so please join us. Welcome. All right, well, continuing with our agenda, we have Brazil and we have Misa, who has joined us in the Zoom session.
Olá, conseguem me ouvir, me ver?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Bem, obrigada.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Marcela Abreu. I am the manager of products for in vitro diagnosis for Anvisa. I thank you for the invitation and the opportunity of being here today, sharing a little bit about our experience and our point of view in emergency situations. I don't know if Carlos is going to first present himself and introduce himself, but I have short slides that I would like to use to be able to guide our conversation today.
Buenos días a todos. Es con mucho gusto que estoy acá también. Mi nombre es Carlos Gouveia. Represento CBDL, que es la Cámara Brasileña de Diagnóstico Laboratorial, representante de la industria en Brasil. Es con mucho gusto que estoy aquí a compartir un poco de nuestra experiencia.
Muchas gracias a ambos. Entonces, si quieren, podemos proyectar las slides.
All right, well, thank you both. Can you show us the slides?
Peço que me informe apenas se conseguirem ver.
Can you let me know if you can see it?
Aún no lo vemos en el modo.
We
Right
can
now
see it,
we're
but it's not in
seeing, I
presentation
think that
mode.
there we go.
Ahora sí.
Now it's in the
Okay, there you
presentation
go.
mode.
Então tá certo. Então, pra
Okay,
conversar a
then.
respeito desse
So
tema,
we're going to start talking about this topic. I'm going to be speaking in Portuguese today, and I'm going to talk about emergency use. So I want to invite you all to think
ampliada
in a broader and more global way, considering what affects the world today. So when we talk about, a space that has been making the traffic of people and products easier, what happens on the other side of the world can shortly happen in our region and our country as well. So this first broad outlook, this first question that I bring today actually includes epidemiological aspects, of course, but the most recent example is the pandemic. And it was unprecedented because it actually had the entire world needing the same resources at the same time and working with a microorganism that was emerging at the time. So since Dr. Sandra mentioned before, we are not facing our first health emergency, and it will most certainly not be our last. We have clear examples of the HIV situation, which led countries in 5 continents to promote strategic actions to protect and promote health. And of course, there are many aspects that need to be correlated when you think about strategic actions towards infectious diseases, thinking about the type of microorganism, the degree of how much it can be infectable. So there are a lot of factors that need to be studied. We also had the bird flu that happened and also had a very big impact all over the world. It happened more than once. And when we think about bird flu, we usually consider being evolution, which is the adaptation process. So more and more we are living in shared environments with other animals. And we know that this is something that can lead to an adaptation of microorganisms itself, and they can start to be a health issue for humanity, for human beings. And there's also another point of view, which is the economic impact that is, of course, something that needs to be considered when we think about health, because these economic issues will directly reflect on the resources that governments will have available to be able to dedicate and guide towards an emergency situation. And last but not least, I would also like to talk about a different perspective in this broader outlook and global aspect, which is the environmental control. We have arboviruses, which are diseases that are carried out by mosquitoes, like dengue, chikungunya, Zika, which before were concerns of tropical climate countries, but now we see cases all over the 5 continents. So it's a warning stage because we're going through climate change all over the world, and they impact directly the life cycle of this vector. And also we have attention points to think about here. So this invitation towards it's having a broad outlook on what's happening in the world is important when we consider any kind of situation of emergency. And health emergencies certainly have a lot of challenges. We are always working with an uncertain environment. You don't have at your service all the resources or information necessary for a decision-making process, while at the same time you have pressure and you have the need for action in a way that you can make access feasible to products and services in a safe way to make sure we can protect the population's health. And of course, knowledge is a main action point that we can have, the main source of action, and all of these aspects together will have the impact that this can have in society in general. So I brought this image as a symbolic image to be able to represent all the lessons that we had and we learned in the recent pandemic. This image is able to translate a summary of what we actually need to do, which is working in an integrated way. we don't do anything by ourselves. So we have the same scenario, the same situation, and each one is going to face it with a different outlook. We have different perspectives. The regulatory agencies are always concerned with quality and safety, of course, thinking about products and services, but it is different when you have all the stakeholders in the conversation. I'm talking about researchers, product developers, regulatory agencies, be that national or international, governments themselves, which create public policies, and also thinking about the clinical aspect. So the doctors that are handling the situations that are happening and that can give us a very positive response so that we can have all the different outlooks together and make the best decision possible in emergency situations. This is also an image that brings some points that are important in our perspective for any kind of action, thinking about an emergency situation. And if there's opportunity, I will show you the examples that we had, thinking about COVID for each one of those topics, aligning the needs and access. Of course, the available resources are going to be a guide, but this makes it easier for us to understand how much effort we're going to need to dedicate to a specific situation. Agility is also very important when we think about an emergency situation. Time is not on our side, so we need to have quick and decisive action. The reach of multiple contexts, so we can't have a unified view of a problem. We need to have a broad view to understand everything that can have impact at this time, and then being able to have a multiple context action. The diversity in technical aspects and also the scientific evolution. This is very important because a lot of the times in emergency situations, we need to recreate the models that we use to be able to make sure we're going to have the available resources on the market. Access to information, of course, looking for information from reliable sources is really important for the decision-making process, communication and integration. This is the summary of the previous slide, so it's essential regardless of an emergency situation or not. For any perspective of successful actions, we need to have very efficient communication, and it should be integrated as well. The prospective scenarios. Sorry, Marcela, we can't hear you. Oh, sorry, I think I was muted.
We're hearing you all right.
So the prospective scenarios, all of these situations bring us the opportunity of looking at how we can make our models better. We can look at trends, understanding epidemiological or even technological issues, and being able to stay ahead of situations. And regulatory convergence, which I think is the main topic that also gives us this possibility of a lot of the times having strategic actions. When you have agencies going towards the same goal and having the same line of thought, this makes it easier for us to make decisions. Here we have some examples. Anvisa worked in prioritizing the analysis of all submissions that were done related to COVID during the pandemic, of course, initially thinking about clinical diagnosis of respiratory viruses. And after we started having the commercial products for COVID, we directed this prioritization according to demand. But this was not only for diagnosis. We had a systemic action of the agency as a whole for respirators, personal protection equipment, and we had to really prioritize depending on need. We also have had a reduction in the evaluation time for processes related to COVID-19. In our initial records, we had around 90 days for new registrations, and we were able to reduce that to 15 days with the entire technical orientation towards this priority work. This was also reflected in the updates post-market. These updates that happen in post-market products that were already authorized, and also the publication of the agency responses or replies in real time. So as we finished the evaluation, we were able to publish them immediately, and this brought a lot of agility. We were able to make the evaluation more flexible for COVID processes, and we were also able to have a conditional analysis. In our case, we reduced the validity of the registration, so the products that weren't fully in compliance with all the regulatory needs for the conventional model of approval, they could have more flexibility at this time, and they had a reduced registration period. We also had good manufacturing practices actions. We were able to make sure we would evaluate reports coming from other regulatory agencies or other agents. In importation as well, to be able to support emergency actions, we were able to flexibilize the possibility of importing products that weren't regularized by Anvisa, but they were in other regulatory agencies. So that's why regulatory convergency was super important at this moment. And these products that didn't have Anvisa registration were also a part of a monitoring program that the agency created. We increased testing in pharmacies, something that wasn't allowed during the pandemic and today has completely changed. One of the regulatory processes of the agency changed to broaden the possibilities for testing, and also in other parameters. Currently in the pharmaceutical environment, we work to be able to increase the expiration date of products according to criteria, of course, to define how can we increase the expiration date of COVID products that were already published and in the market. This all happened with BI panels. So we had the status of the analysis, product information, like type of sample, methodology. We created instructions for use and also panels that were created to be able to monitor the products that were in the Brazilian market, but that didn't have the proper registration. We also had the opportunity of inviting researchers and product developers so we could have bigger stakeholders meetings to be able to talk about how we should face COVID and the challenges, and also periodic meetings with other regulatory agencies. We also established technical meetings, and this allowed for the alignment of the level of knowledge of each one, what they were evaluating, as well as information for updates that we had on those meetings. Following international alerts, and PAHO was able to bring us great information in compiling those warnings and alerts. We needed a lot of information at the same time during that period, and also having other sectors such as media, the legislative and judiciary systems as well. And in prospective scenarios, following the epidemiological reports, our adaptation to a new work model, which is home office. I think today this is a reality for most people, I think probably everyone. There's also a need to follow up the scientific updates when we had the development of vaccines, the impact that could have in diagnosis products, the variants that we saw for coronavirus, and technological trends. So we already had consolidated methodology, but that it's continuously growing. So rapid testing using softwares as a medical device, and also AI. Thinking about regulatory convergence, I already talked a little bit about that. From the moment that we work with regulatory convergence, we want to create mechanisms that can make it easier for us to work in models that are computerized, and we are aligned in the perspectives of what we actually need to achieve and what we need to follow when evaluating products and services. I think that was it from my side. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Marcela. Les recuerdo que las preguntas quedan para el final, para la sesión de Q&A.
Thank you so very much, Marcela. We'll take your questions at the very end. And remember that for those of you who are on the Zoom session, type them in the Q&A. Now we give the floor to Carlos. Thank you so much. So happy to be here with you. I would like to see if you can see my presentation. Can you all see it? We do. All right. Well, I'm a representative of CBDL. and it's a diagnosis company, but by itself, it does not do anything. So, as Marcela said, we require several actors that work together to improve everybody's health, the access to technology as well. And it's always with our first patient who is at the focus of our attention. In previous years, we had the opportunity to work hand in hand with other actors. There's an open microphone. Can you please mute it? Thank you. So, in the previous 12 years, several of us have participated in the workshops, and we have discussed the best way to work together, whether it's the regulatory convergence, and to discuss topics such as technology assessment as well, to incorporate new products so we can provide enough sustainability for our sector. The different companies that have their are based in Brazil, but also different countries. And plenty of what we discuss is in this piece of work, which is the white book of laboratory diagnostics. And it brings a lot to the table in terms of the market, but it can be used by so many other countries because it deals not only with intelligent regulation and the access, but also integrity. What we see is that there's very little that has to do with diagnosis. There was this paper that was published by Lancet and Fleming, and it was a resolution for the diagnosis as a strong tool for access to health. And this indicated that we have less than a 47% of the global population with access to these benefits. And this brought serious consequences. And to discuss COVID, we received a huge impact in Brazil. According to IPA, we lost 4.4 years of life expectancy in Brazil. Before COVID, we had an expectancy of 76 years, and we now remain at an average of 72.2 years of life expectancy. And several couples that wanted to procreate have left it for later. So many people lost their lives, and the consequences to the economy are so serious. We're losing the income of a lot of labor, and a lot of people are no longer here. And that makes us think not only about the infectious diseases, but also chronic, non-transmissible, and non-contagious diseases. 45% of the population has no or limited access to diagnostics. And also there is a problem, which is that 90% of the IST cases occur in mid or low income countries. And also, particularly talking about syphilis, these are official statistics, and we have 2 cases of syphilis every 5 minutes. This is all happening in a constant changing universe. Technology, in our case, we address it as something that we have at the first breath and to the last breath. So from the beginning till until the end, there is a diagnosis and there is math tech involved. So we have customized medicine which can provide the specific information about a person, a mutation that may grant access to adequate therapy. For instance, cancer. We have a microbian resistance that is affecting us all after the pandemic, and so on. We have so many topics that we have analyzed in this publication. I encourage you to take a look at it so we can see the cycle of life of products. Fiction has turned into a reality. It can be about the gadgets, it can be about wearable pieces of technology, but this is now a reality. Everything is also becoming smaller. We have our gadget that we have seen and we all were staring at during the pandemic has the same power to integrate other systems and gadgets with information and support technological surveillance of our health. This is just an example of what we're living. It is indeed a revolution, and during COVID, it required the support of everyone. We started with the ACT diagnosis. It was a diagnostics program that wanted to go for a change and to make sure that developing countries could have the access to diagnostics. And that's because they did not have it previously. What we've been living was not balanced at all. So we need to change that. So what we did in Brazil, we have three major challenges: access, quality, and mass testing. Our access is something that Marcela addressed in her previous presentation, and we needed to prove that there is a need for a change in legislation. The previous one was not legislation that allowed products with information about stability that could be approved. And that's how we received this emergency use. And after the presented documentation could change in the next 10 years. But the thing is that we had over 1,000 registrations. And over these years, we had a great effort by Anvisa, and I congratulate you on that. It was major in Brazil. But what happened was not only that there were specific regulations created, but also the registration for testing in different sites. However, we still have a one question. Are these products adequate? Because the analysis was complete, but way more uh, documented than we expected. And we create a coalition with certain companies that you have on the screen: Abramed, SBAC, and this coalition had three public and private sectors. They developed a unique protocol for validating kits, and they gave great conditions for the treatment of hospitalized patients in Brazil. And we had these extracts with very specific instructions related to privacy, to statistics, and we had the privilege of different samples, and our friends were giving us a lot of transparent information according to what each product was doing in Brazil and their performance. And with this, we had three big products. First of all, we had public information for everyone. Also, the access to raw information for any questions, any sort of complaint that people may have, and they could check it with these official documents. Also, the product for the company. And there was a possibility of improving their product. Finally, mass testing. It was necessary because Brazil has over 6,500 hospitals and 18,000 laboratories. And this was something that we had taken for granted, but that's how we developed the possibility that pharmacists could develop their procedures and their testing from the ones that we received their project there in the report. Their testing was carried out in Brazil with a case of several thousands of people who were positive to COVID, and that's where we had the possibility for new environments. And I will stop here. There's a lot to discuss, but there is always, I think it's important to give an answer to your questions. And an important legacy for us was to preserve the possibility of having new environments. And we saw this with the new resolution that was revised by the laboratory systems in Brazil. We're not only updating the regulations for the laboratories, which are going great, but we also had an issue with collecting samples. And in Brazil, we have the possibility type 1, which is a quick test. It could be monochromatographic by a pharmacy or with a doctor using specific equipment and with the supervision of a laboratory. So we have moved forward. It's been a great possibility that has been raised, and providing these possibilities to all the patients that were invisible until today for the health sector. This was a great victory for all of the effort that we all have done. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, here I am.
Muchísimas gracias. Entonces, para continuar con la sesión, en representación de Andy, Colombia, Marisol Sánchez.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muy complacida de
Andy from Sanchez from Colombia. Thank you very much. Let me tell you the experience that we have had in Colombia and the way in which we have approached this world phenomenon, which was the pandemic. I can divide this into three big categories. First, the problem of production and health at the global level. This is something that we discuss. What are the governments prioritizing? Because everything was stopped and the budget for the health sector had to increase and everything was spinning around this. One of the positive externalities for us was that we were more visible. Medical devices, we were taken out of a list of medical products, and we became very visible so that people could understand that what we do, starting from the production all the way down to the test processes, are essential, especially for a situation like the pandemic. And this has to do with public policies and the traditional perspective of trying to separate medical devices and its regulation from pharmaceutical products. So when we approached the challenge of the pandemic, there were two policies that were implemented. On the one hand, determining what were the non-available vitals, which was a great number of medical devices connected and not connected to COVID. It was such a long list that we were wondering, why is a scale for newborns included in the essentials list? There was a very lengthy discussion we had with governmental officials, but in being explained that when there's a time of a pandemic, everything could become scarce and people had to be ready in case there was an emergency. And that is how the definitions were made. That's how medical devices, denominated medical devices that were vital and unavailable. What that whole category was created. A fast track was created for importing those products as well as for their production, and there were more flexible ways for them to enter the health registry. Little by little, this had to change. At least in our country, this was a market opportunity for people who had never had thought before about importing a medical device. They didn't even have that in their radars. It became necessary, and therefore surveillance after the sale had to be reinforced so that we could truly pay attention to the production, the import, the trading, and the surveillance afterwards of safe medical devices and with the highest quality standards. Something similar happened with diagnosed tests because those were new for everyone around the world. All of the validation processes had to be checked twice, and it took way too long. It took too long for the test to enter the country, and so that taught us a lesson. We need to do a lot of work in knowledge management, in how to learn the takeaways from the pandemic. The public sector, the private sector, we should all reflect on that. And amongst those worklines that emerge from the experience, a regulation for medical devices for emergency use became relevant. This is within the framework that Sandra Ligia mentioned, the one of cooperation, as it was called back then, with USAID. It is a project that is within this work line, and which is, I believe that the great value of this project is that it includes good regulatory practices, and it is centered around public policies and the need to have best regulatory practices as part of public policy's daily activities. That's when we got it. That's when we understood that the regulatory impact assessment was important, convergence, and sanitary matters were relevant during a time of crisis, but the project was not fully developed like other work projects of the initiative. But still, we believe that now that a conceptualization has been given within the framework of the needs and the national work plans of the government, this is going to be extremely beneficial because once again, there'll be a convergence in the need of having availability of medical devices with the highest safety quality standards, regardless of the fact that it's back to usual after the pandemic. So the big question now is the need of working in post-sale surveillance, techno surveillance, reagent surveillance. All of that becomes very relevant so that we can guarantee that the things that are sold, that are used in the country, they are not harmful for patients, for all of us. And finally, I must say that with this experience, there was also another important initiative that started in our country, which was the process of reindustrialization. When there was scarcity of medical devices, of very basic things, things that were produced in the country before the pandemic, and yet when the pandemic was here, we couldn't find them anywhere. So a very strong policy started, which is still ongoing. We are trying to reindustrialize, reprogram the production of medical devices. This is a project in which the Ministry of Health is involved, as well as the Ministry of Trade and the industry. The industry is promoting not only productive capacity building, but also investment, knowledge transference, things that are very useful for our sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marisol. Now we will listen to the Mexican perspective. We pass the floor to Dr. Heriberto. And the Q&A will happen at the end.
Gracias, buenos días a todos.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
De cómo llegamos o cómo es que México empezó
How
a
is it that
actuar
Mexico
para el tema de
started
la pandemia,
responding
hacer frente a las necesidades
to the needs of
que
the
tuvo y que
pandemic,
se compartió con gran parte de los países?
and how we
En
collaborated with
principio,
other
así como
countries?
la mayoría,
To start with, just
partimos
as
de un
everyone
escenario
else, we
donde
started from a
desconocíamos cuál
scenario in
era
which
el
we did
agente
not
al que nos
know
estábamos enfrentando.
the agent we were
Entonces,
facing.
se declara una situación de
So
emergencia
an
y
emergency
se
situation was
se
declared.
establece que se van a
It
tomar
was
medidas
established that
extraordinarias, ¿no? Para poder
extraordinary
afrontar esta
measures would
pandemia.
be taken
Y dentro de
to
esas
deal
medidas,
with
pues va a
the
estar emitir
threat. And one of them
oficios que denominamos
was to create documents that were
permisos de
called
comercialización temporal, ¿no?
the
Porque iban
temporary trade permits.
a perdurar en tanto esta
They
emergencia
were
sanitaria
meant to
estuviera
be used
declarada.
during the crisis,
Y en principio
but only
partimos
then.
de referentes técnicos internacionales
We use international
que nos
technical
permitieran
examples
saber que
so
los
that we
insumos,
could
voy a
learn
hablar ahorita
what are the
puntualmente de las
inputs
pruebas
that are
COVID,
necessary, especially speaking
estas
about the
tuvieran
COVID tests,
las características de su
to make
desempeño y
certain that
especificidad
they had
requeridas
performance
para poder
specificity and all of the requirements covered
las
so that
necesidades
we
de la
could
población.
provide for the needs of the moment.
Siguiendo un proceso, digamos, ordinario
After
de
an
registro,
ordinary
como
process
cualquier
of
otro dispositivo en
registry,
México.
just like any other medical
Esto en
device in
aras
Mexico.
de poder ir teniendo
And this
avances en
had
la
the
evaluación
objective for us
de
to
los
move forward in
productos
the
y, como
assessment of
ya
the products.
mencionaron, pues
And
también en
as
México
has already been
hablar de
explained,
insumos
in
COVID
Mexico, when we
es
speak
también
about
hablar de una
COVID
amplia gama de
inputs,
productos
it's a very
que de
wide
repente
array of
se vuelve
products.
en efecto
So
abrumador
it can be overwhelming, of
establecer
course,
prioridades para poder
to
atender los
set
registros sanitarios
priorities to
pues,
look
de los
after
diversos insumos.
sanitary registries
Entonces,
of
se
so many
diseñan
different
estrategias que en
devices.
principio
A
permiten
strategy
un
was
diagnóstico
created
oportuno.
to
Por
first
eso es
come up
que
with a timely
para las
diagnose.
pruebas COVID
That is why for COVID
tuvimos a bien de
tests,
implementar
we started by
tipo de
implementing
permisos temporales
the
que
temporary
permitieran
licenses or
la
permits
importación
so that
de
people could
estos
import
productos y su
the products
disponibilidad
easily and we could have
para la población que más lo
availability
necesitara.
for those who needed it the
Entonces, de eso
most.
partimos de una reorganización de
So we
equipos
had
al
to
interior
reorganize
de
the
poder
teams
establecer
within. We had to
o irnos
establish,
actualizando con
we had to
criterios
very quickly
técnicos
update
y
ourselves
tomando
with
de
the
referencia
latest
en el avance
technical
científico
references
de
and
qué
to
es lo que otras
be
agencias estaban
updated in
utilizando,
terms of
qué,
what
cuál
other
era
agencies were doing and using,
el parámetro de referencia.
what was the
Hoy en día,
reference
en
parameter.
México vamos a
But now
empezar
in
una
Mexico, we
transición
are going
de
to enter a
estos
transition
permisos
period.
temporales de
From the
comercialización
temporary trading
hacia la
licenses, we are
obtención del
moving
registro
into
sanitario.
the
Ha
acquisition of
sido
the
vital que
actual
podamos
health
tomar
registry.
de referencia,
That
repito,
is why we have been using
aquellas agencias de alta exigencia en donde
the
ya
high
se empiezan a
demand
generar autorizaciones
agencies that have
más en
already
concreto
granted
para este
specific
tipo de
approvals
productos,
for us
porque
to
justo
standardized regulation with all of the other regulatory agencies. And this is part of the experience that we learned. That was a takeaway. And in this transition period, it will be of the essence to strengthen our techno surveillance mechanisms. I believe that this is something that is shared by all of the authorities, because in this regard, right now, we are working through a technical committee in the review of our techno surveillance standards to make certain they are well aligned with international standards, and with that, to be able to have a better control not only of the COVID inputs, but most of the medical devices. This year in Mexico, we have suspended, or rather, we have stopped the emergency declaration. And so the extraordinary actions that were undertaken in the beginning, they are no longer set as a priority. That is why we are now reviewing these registration requests, the applications differently. We are now following traditional regulatory procedures, but with the learning we had after 2 years of a pandemic, the inputs that received the emergency license, we are already analyzing them with more information, and so we are better informed to grant them a registry in Mexico. Thank you. Thank you very much. Last but not least, we have Verónica Garcia, who is a representative of the Mexican industry. She is online. Yes, I represent the Mexican Association of Medical Devices. I am the head of the regulatory committee, and thank you very much for the invite to contribute to what the authorities have explained. Thank you, Dr. Heriberto. I believe that from the perspective of the industry, the reality is that we never imagined the size of the crisis we faced. However, as the doctor has already expressed, thanks to the collaboration of COFEPRIS, the Ministry of Health, and in collaboration with all the medical devices industry who had the chance of have availability of such valuable medical devices, so necessary at the moment, because we didn't know anything about the disease. We didn't know what was going on. The only thing that we knew is that we needed medical devices that could help us come up with a quick diagnosis, and the ventilators, for instance, so that we could have those things that were necessary to serve patients. The truth is that those approvals, they were not immediately approved because there was a lot of uncertainty. We didn't know anything about the disease. The only thing we understood is that we had to show that they were safe for our patients here in Mexico. That was the first challenge. We faced uncertainty because there was very limited understanding of the disease and of the treatment of it. And because of the enormous amount of people who had been affected. So what we did is that along with the health authorities, we emphasized the need of talking to the academia, the industry, the regulators, and the competitors as well, people who had additional pieces of the puzzle. We got together so as to come up with a better coping approach. In Mexico, the ventilator production at that time was limited, because not only was it about the availability of having the medical device, but also there were other restrictions in terms of exports, hurdles. And even though Mexico had the chance of producing a large amount of medical devices, there were other bottlenecks. How do we take them out? It was very complicated for us to have them leave the country, or the airports were closed, and we did not know when the airports would be reopened or how to transport them, or the impact of not being able to share the devices. But after 3 years of the pandemic, COFEPRIS was an ally, we must say. And today, as you have well said, the surveillance of medical devices is still being done in a very efficient way. The priority has always been to be strategic, so as to have sanitary licenses and registries to keep up the safety, the security, the certainty, the efficaciousness, and to be certain that they would be applied correctly. And the truth is that we have been always aligned to the Ministry of Health for medical devices, and we're working hand in hand with the regulators so that we have the process well mapped in an efficient way, and we can keep the trade and to obey techno surveillance. And even though right now we do not have the full process for everything that is required to make certain that the devices are used in a safe manner, the things that were approved because of the emergency situation, now we have, and we're working to make certain that those registers, those permits are done in the right way so that Mexican patients can have them when they need them. Because even though the pandemic has ended in terms of the acute crisis according to the World Health Organization parameters, but the disease is not gone. The disease is still around, and now we have the chance of having more agile availability to look after our patients, because the disease is here to stay, and this is something that we will have to just live with. I thank the Ministry of Health. I thank you for the invitation, and well, that's how the collaboration has been strengthened in Mexico. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por las
We thank you,
presentaciones.
Veronica. Thank you, everyone,
Les
for the
quiero
presentations.
comentar que en el chat quedó
Here at the
compartido
chat,
el link al whitebook que
we
mencionó
have
Carlos,
shared
también el
the
enlace al sitio web de la
document
coalición,
Carlos mentioned and the
o del
website of the
MDRC,
coalition and the
para que
MDRC
puedan
project. So
interioricen
all of
un
the
poco más
links
quienes
are
necesiten.
there in case you need
Y
to
pasamos a la pregunta
or you want to
de
learn
la
more.
chat
Now
box.
there
Es
is
un
a
comentario
question,
para
it's a
Carlos.
comment for Carlos here on the chat.
Agradecen la presentación
They
y mencionan
thank
que
you
uno de
for
los
the
retos
presentation. They say that
era
one of the
demostrar que los
challenges was to
productos eran
prove
de
that the
calidad.
products were high quality. Janet Tataje, who's asking the question, says she believes it is amazing to have a consortium of medical societies to provide information of the products in real time and how transparent and the possibility of improving the products was excellent. How were authorities taking care of not falling into information biases, and so that the private sector's voice was also heard? That is an excellent question. What we did from the very beginning is that, well, in Anvisa, we were always very much in the know of the things that we were planning and executing. There was a lot of transparency. In February 2020, when it all started, we were working already with the Marcela team in Anvisa to say, what is it that we can do to bring the products? And then with other teams of Anvisa, we were working on how to handle, how to cope with an evaluation and assessment program. And so this is how we asked the questions, we found the answers, and we kicked off the consortium with extremely well qualified and well-known labs. So we follow all scientific protocols so as to be able to do the right assessment. We brought in the experts of 13 labs. They all discussed. They were the ones who created a common model that was applicable for most cases. So that's what happened. It was a collective effort. And this is how we were able to move forward. Everything was very transparent. We had a website that was always open. And so the raw data that I mentioned, they were not available to everyone, just for the participant in Anvisa. And Anvisa took this so seriously that they came up with a publication of a resolution confirming that the consortium was there to do the work so as to provide support to the regulatory initiatives and surveillance initiatives. So that's how it happened. This is how we agreed on from the very beginning, move forward little by little. It was a site that nobody knew, so we all learned together on the go. Thank you, Carlos. Any additional questions for Carlos or anyone else? There's a microphone. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of the panelists. My question is that what we see in common is that there was a delay for the technologies to reach the patients in the times of an acute crisis. And you have also said that a new pandemic is a possibility. So what now? How can we be ready so that we could have a quicker implementation and we could have a clear pathway so that people know how to have access to the emergency authorizations in case it becomes necessary, or perhaps to use them according to a certain criteria to be quicker in the introduction of new technologies into the markets? Interesting question. In Colombia, what we wish to have is to have an emergency procedure well established so that we have an immediate way to respond. Because right now it was the COVID, but it could be anything else in the future. So I don't know if that answers your question. No, I mean at the regional level, international level, because I understand that all countries, well, they learned, they did things, and they're doing things on their own. But what about the regional convergence? Can't we come up with an international initiative so that things are done quicker at the regional level? That's what I meant. Well, that is a question that's for Sandra and the coalition. I cannot answer that. Well, I hope it was in our hands, but this is something that requires a larger collaboration. The national regulatory agencies should play the leadership role, of course. They have a wealth of experience now. Anything that happened can be capitalized because the experiences were so diverse and very rich. So one of the most important challenges that we have now is how do we make certain that we capitalize all of those experiences? For instance, speaking about the consumption, what Brazil did, how can we help the region to benefit from those experiences? How can we collaborate? And we, of course, can offer all of the help from the perspective of the coalition to have the conversations between all of the actors so that we can make certain that we don't lose all of the knowledge that we acquired, all of the good practices, good ideas, everything that was learned. We need to recover it and rescue it because all of those lessons learned were at a very high cost. And I don't mean time or money. All of the lives that were lost, that's why we paid for all of the health damages, because we didn't have more efficient and uniform mechanisms, and not only at the regional level, but at the worldwide level. So I believe that this is a question for everyone. How do we do a collaboration so that we have a continuous follow-up mechanism to bring to fruition, to bring to reality the aspiration of regional joint convergence and capitalizing the experiences and the lessons learned, and how, under the light of good regulatory practices and international standards and the international references and all of the experiences, how can we continue working with the WHO recommendations or the Pan American Health Organization to make good use, because resources are scarce for everyone. So the invitation has to be that the coalition is offering create a platform for the discussions to capitalize the experiences. Thank you. And to what Sandra has said, I would like to add something. I share her perspective. We all learn. The regulators learn, all of the health agents, including the industry, we all learned. And in my country, one of the most important learnings was communication. Communication between the authorities, the regulators, the industry. Everyone shared the common goal, creating positive synergies to support the process and to prevent further tragedies. Yes, I would like to add that the efforts that all of the regulatory agencies are making to harmonize things so that all of the regulations are ready to lead or to cope with strategies. I believe that this is something that could take us to have a future, more grounded plan of how to approach situations like this. So based on what you have explained, Sandra, it would be important for us to coordinate strategies of ANIME, the coalition, and the Pan American Organization. We attended a workshop 2 months ago by OPS in Brasilia for strengthening technologies in the region. But it was the, I think she's referring to Bajo. The market analysis based on medicine, vaccines, devices were not analyzed yet. It is important for us, as Yvette has said, for us to discuss this so that we come up with a common joint agenda, because the Pan American Health Organization has been a consultant in this regard in Latin America, but the guidelines are created by the World Health Organization. So when we can do everything we can from our perspective, our sector, while the consultant of the governments is not bringing this to attention, then it goes nowhere.
So we are putting that on the table for this topic, and hopefully tomorrow we will be able to discuss it. But this is something that we need to have it very present and to see the best ways to strengthen, to become stronger as a group. Sometimes people think that that doing the same thing, the same things, they will receive different results, and that's crazy. We have a lot of responsibility as a coalition to strengthen our bonds, because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. There might be a new virus. There's a new virus in India, and there are a lot of things that are coming up, and we need to be ready. We need to have a very strong foundation, and we need to identify all of our weak points. So we also knew that Costa Rica is one of the biggest producers in of medical devices in the region, and that's something that we have overlooked. I believe that it's important to bear it in mind, as well as the strengthening of their policies. Thank you very much. It's really important to highlight the abilities of the organization. And also, I would like to hear Anvisa. Marcela, would you like to complement this with a comment?
I think that you mentioned something really important that I also mentioned. That's about communication, and also use this opportunity to keep this process of integration. I also received one of the questions discussing about these meetings that we had with other regulatory agencies. They come from points like the ones that were mentioned here that make it easier to make decisions when we think about convergency. So meetings that were coordinated by FDA with agencies that they had cooperation, that we could share information between the agencies that were participating as a challenge, because we have time zone and availability of agenda with disturbing moments. So it had clear goals that were established. So we could indeed be able to optimize and address this, because everyone faces the same challenges, the same problems. So sharing knowledge that each one had would bring a guide to make the best decisions, how we would deal with variants, how each agency was dealing with what everybody mentioned that the physicians are facing about adapting the products that had the emergency use that was approved, if there was going to have a new assessment, how each was handling with a specific conditions in emergencies. So we cannot establish this in a regular way, because it should be based on a specific goal so we can optimize the time and the utility of this type of meeting. But the last speech was really important regarding strategy, because we need to map and identify what is being done in each one of the regions. So when we have a situation, we can act the strategical points or key points that can help us in looking for knowledge or also making a decision. I think this is the overall view. Carlos?
I would like to complement and mention some of the points that we have according to the commitments in our region in the Americas in our summit. We signed an agreement by 14 countries to guarantee health as the main tool for the local regional development. So this is just to give you an example of one of the topics, even for the industrialization in a region, something that might be thought as a strategy, whether it's raw materials or the market that we have, in order to think as a group. This is what the Americans call localization. And we could carry out a regionalization. It could be a production, as Cristina said, for our region, but taking advantage of what we have. So for regulation, the work that is being done is fundamental. Using our regulatory tools, as well as so many others that we have, so that we can reduce the time and we can surpass the obstacles for our work, and also relying on those who can support us. Using the WHO resolution is also fundamental. This was launched in the assembly in May, and with the people who belong to the WHO, so they can carry out a diagnosis as something basic for health. We also have the list of essential diagnoses. If the countries do not know it, it's really important that you are aware of it. However, this will not happen if the patient does not know the importance of the diagnosis. And there is very interesting work uh, that has been produced by UNICEF, and this was for CTA diagnosis. It was a world campaign, and we need to become to make people aware of the diagnosis, of an early diagnosis, as long as it's possible, because with COVID we just saw that people were not very certain on what to do. So placing the diagnosis as something important on the daily lives of citizens. Those were my points. Thank you.
Gracias, Carlos. Le paso a Verónica.
Now that we give the floor to Veronica. Right, just as a conclusion from the medical device sector in Mexico, we are aware and we agree with all the health ministries and the people that I share this panel with. Sharing or regulatory framework will be also fundamental, because it will be great not only for emergency cases. I believe that in general terms, we need to create this alignment to the international standards, but in a regular way, so that we can act with enough confidence in an efficient way, and also taking into account the good practices for regulation to avoid mistakes in the past, mistakes that we've made in the past, and also to take into account how we can improve our processes and to have quick access to all these benefits.
Gracias,
Thank you.
Verónica. En la sala.
Thank you very much, Veronica.
Sí,
Do we have
días.
someone here
Alana
in the room?
Rivera de la Agencia de Regulación
Good
Sanitaria de
morning,
Honduras.
Alana Rivera
Dijo una
from
cosa al
the
doctor líder.
sanitary
Usted mencionó de que los
organization in
dispositivos
Honduras,
médicos
and I would
emergencia
like
que se
to
utilizaron para
ask you,
COVID
to
tenían
Dr.
un
Gouveia, you
permiso
said that the
temporal.
devices for COVID
Quisiera
had a
que
temporary
explicara en
permit.
cuanto a cuánto
I would
tiempo
like to
duraba ese
know
permiso temporal y
how
si
long
ustedes tenían
does this
alguna
permit
manera
last,
de utilizar la
and
tecnovigilancia
if
para
you
activar
have
esos dispositivos
any
médicos. Y
opportunity
también me
to
gustaría saber la
oversee these
experiencia que
devices.
mencionó el
Also, I
doctor
would like
Carlos
to know
López
about your
de
experience
mencionar de que tenían registros sanitarios por un año.
about
Si
the
seguirán estos dispositivos
yearly
médicos en ese
sanitary
registro por un año
permits,
o ya
And I would like to know if those are still valid for 1 year or have that changed.
Bien, la vigencia de los permisos que se emitieron
Right.
por parte
So
de la
the
COFEPRIS, pues, al
permits
principio no
issued by
podíamos
COFEPRIS,
establecer un
at
tiempo en
the beginning, we
específico,
could
¿no?
not establish a
Toda
very
esta
specific time frame.
nadie conocía cuándo íbamos a poder
Also,
hablar ya
nobody
de
knew
condiciones ordinarias para la regularización.
when we could
Entonces,
discuss
estos
the ordinary
permisos
conditions
señalaban
for
puntualmente que la
regulation.
vigencia va a ser mientras
And
estuviera declarada
these
la
permits
situación de
would
emergencia
last
en
as
México.
long as the
Pues
emergency
ya
was
este año
still
esa
declared in Mexico.
vigencia oficialmente ya fue levantada.
And that was
Tenemos
raised.
un ordenamiento que, bueno, nos
We have
permite tener todavía en
certain order that we need to
estos
follow that
permisos
will
porque
allow
existe
us
un plan
to
nacional
it will
que se debe de
allow us
seguir
to
para poder asegurar
continue with
que
our
los insumos
activities in
necesarios
order
para la
to
atención de la enfermedad causada por el
secure
COVID,
the
pues
care
estén
needed for
resguardados
the
para la
COVID
población.
emergency, and
Entonces,
we just need to ensure that for the
puntualmente
population.
era una
So
vigencia en tanto la
this
emergencia
permit
estuviera declarada.
was valid as long as there was an emergency, an official emergency.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
No. Entonces,
All
solo-
right. Well,
Marcela quiere hablar.
I believe that Marcela has a comment.
Sí, adelante.
All right, go ahead.
I just want to add that the definition of this deadline that Anvisa did of 1 year of expiring the registers that were approved, it was a proposition, an empiric proposition. It was not based on a study, on a trial, because we could not estimate how long the pandemic would last. But we thought that the entire world, in assessing the same microorganism, the behavior or the development of products, throughout 1 year, we would have enough information so the companies that develop the products, they could bring complementations in the initial assessments or the development of new products. That would be enough so we could have products that would fulfill the conventional model for the registering. So we established this deadline of 1 year that the companies throughout this period could have adjustments. And if they couldn't adjust to the conventional model in the end of the 1 year, this registration would be ended and we would work with others on the market. It was a strategy that we did not knowing if it would be suitable or not. But as I said in the beginning, we had to make some decisions that would reflect and bring some impacts to our sector, so our work dynamic. But that right now, the decision of establishing this deadline of 1 year, it was a decision that we considered that was the correct one, considering this possibility of being able to add new information to the product and keep on the market what we could make sure that you had the criteria that we assessed for safety and efficacy. So in Brazil, we don't have any product in emergency condition, just the ones that got the proper registration, adding information or sending new process in the full mode. Thank you.
Roberta, yo envié
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Any other questions? I sent
y
Leticia
también
the resolution
Lancet,
as well as the
duas
study by
bases
Lancet.
para esta decisión
This was the
también.
basis for
Entonces, Leticia va a
today's
compartir con
conversation.
todos
So
los
Leticia is going to
interesados.
share it with everybody who's interested.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos. Muchas
Thank you
gracias
very
a
much,
todos.
Carlos.
Rescato de esta discusión
Thank you
la
all very
importancia
much.
de la cooperación público-privada
And
y
I
el
would like to highlight
establecimiento
the
de confianza con
cooperation,
foco en
both
el
private and
paciente para
public,
facilitar la
and also
innovación
the focus on the
tecnológica
patient so we
a la
can
salud. ¿Sí?
facilitate the
Muchísimas gracias
access
para los que
for
están en la
technology
sala.
to
Los
technology for
invitamos
health.
al coffee break
And
de
to
10
all of you
minutos
in the
y
room,
retomamos la
we'll have a coffee
conversación
break
con Reliance.
in
Perdón,
10 minutes
sí.
for 10 minutes, and then we'll resume our conversation with
Regresamos aquí 11:10. Muchas
well,
gracias.
we'll be back here at 11:10.
Gracias
Thank
a
you.
todos. Adiós.
Pues ahora sí que después de
All right, so after this small break, we go back to the conversation, I'd like to invite people to join us here physically and virtually as well. We have, let me see if we have them here. Virginia, is she still not on the call? So Roberta Mele, who's representing CADIEM, so that she can come join us while we get the other speakers. Joseli, could you please help us? Gabriela Garja from Adimet, Chile. We also have Marisol Sanchez, if you could please come up to the front. Cristina Morqueito, the representative of ASEDIN. And we have on the Zoom call Ana Riquelme from AMIT Mexico. And also Juan Olivares from Comsalud, Peru. And we're waiting for the representative of the Mixed Committee of Medical Devices, a la FARPE, and the Chamber of Commerce. So we'll give them a minute to get ready. We have 3 chairs on each side, sit wherever you will. And this is a panel made of women only here. Well, Juan Olivares is online, but physically here we only have female speakers, and her microphone is no longer working. It's a good thing. In Latin America, definitely most of the regulatory professionals, regardless of it's the private sector or the public one, is more women, but it's not like that in Africa. So we feel happy because the global statistics is improving with the African numbers, but we also know that this is not yet the way in which we want the figures to look. We want gender equality everywhere. So we need to keep on working for that goal. I feel very happy to see only women. And Juan, you're also welcome. And as we say in Mexico, and I see this very respectfully, you're pleasant amongst women. I hope that was not offensive. But okay, let's begin. This session has been structured to make it a conversation.
Fundamentalmente
And we
guiada
want it to be a conversation that is guided by the positioning document that was developed by the Global Medical Technology Alliance regarding the implementation of reliance all around the world. The intention of this conversation is to follow what we have heard already during the morning, the what's, the how's, how can we contribute from the perspective of the private initiative to accelerate the implementation of reliance mechanisms. We know that the conditions, the situations, the resources that are available differ from one country to another significantly, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of capabilities and knowledge. And those diversities also apply to the public and the private sector. So that means that we are facing the same challenges, regardless of what side of the table we're sitting on. We face the same challenges of not having enough resources or having well-trained staff. And for the medical devices sector, and I say this very respectfully, a great majority of the people still come from pharmaceutical training. We don't have enough bio doctors, physicians working with us. in any of the institutions, be them private or public. So since this is a common problem, and since we all have read the recommendations of PAHO, the recommendations of WHO, and we congratulate both PAHO and WHO because those recommendations are being transformed in more practical guidelines by the day, and they benefit everyone. As a private sector, the industry, the associations who are members, such as the Coalition, MDA, Global Technology Alliance, we all decided to prepare this positioning document in which we are stating the fact that we are echoing the recommendations, we are echoing the work that has been developed by PAHO and WHO to be able to contribute, to be able to promote the implementation of reliance mechanisms and convergence to reach reliance to be able to move for the convergence, because there are also different perspectives in this sense, to be able to reach acknowledgement. And in that sense, and by following the dynamics of the previous conversation, how do we capitalize all of the experiences that made us break barriers, especially in terms of trust amongst regulators and with the private initiative, so that all of us together, we can effectively move forward in terms of reliance. So in this sense, the conversation is going to be guided by the positioning document. This is what we understand as private initiative. And those are fundamental elements to move ahead. In this sense, the intention is that once we've done this work, because the World Health Organization did it, PAHO did it, the document has been translated into Spanish, which we know it's another barrier. It's now available in Spanish. We have the positioning document in English and Spanish. So how can we now take advantage of all of the materials that are now available so that in a joint effort, we can help in the implementation of reliance and mutual acknowledgement? And obviously, and as you always hear us say, all of these efforts, all of these matters are supported on good regulatory practices, because at the end of the day, this is the common language that we share for the work to have more acknowledgement. In Mexico, this is what levels the playing field. This is the common language to move forward. So with this, I would like to start, and I won't follow the alphabetical order. I am going to ask somebody to start because we thank their physical presence here. We thank all of the speakers, but I'll start by letting you, Mr. Coalition, speak, and then we will listen to the people on Zoom. It's not because there's a lack of commitment that you're physically here. We know that it is still difficult to travel, and we are very thankful to hybrid events, but let's start with the people who are physically here. Cristina, could you please, this is the question that we will ask all of the panelists today. All of the wealth of knowledge and information that has already been consolidated in the documents, how do you propose that Ecuador use it to benefit from it? How could Ecuador make an effective use of this arsenal of documents? Obviously, you will speak from the perspective of the industry, but the industry could also recommend recommendations to ourselves. Yes, thank you, Sandra. I think it is very important to have clarity about the realities. And part of the exercise as Adim has been doing is to say, well, the private sectors, if they want changes, they have to come up with proposals, because complaining without actions is useless, and we should not wait for things to happen. the state doesn't have the technical capability or the time of the operating resources in order to stop and think about the things that you can do to improve. So in this sense, the private sector and the guilds of the private sector, each one of the industries, they all play a paramount role. We as ASEBIM, within the work we do and all of the things that we have learned with our peers at IMED, from the participation of the coalition, with all of that, we have been able to replicate the trends with the regulatory agencies and other public institutions. In the registry, we already have reliance. It is considered to be a breach process. We still miss certain trainings necessary for officials so that they understand the documents they need to use, because there are certain misunderstandings perhaps. In 2019, we had it only for risk 1 and 2. Actually, some of the registries were granted only 6 days, and now the standard has been modified so as to have risk 1 from 1 to 4, and additionally to have all of the agencies that have been validated by MDE. So in this sense, all of those processes will help the agency to channel the resources for the post-sale control. And I believe that this is something that is important from the perspective of the guild and the private sector. How can we help strengthen the agencies? Because if those agencies are not strong enough, all the work that we do won't be able to see the light. And especially considering the challenges that we have as country, as an industry, we have endless fake and forged products, counterfeited products. ARSA has 500 officials for the country, so the posterior control is very complicated, and all of the arguments have helped to strengthen sanitary control. Training is of the essence, training the officials from the very basics of medical devices and with all of the different subjects so that they can become stronger. When the standard was enforced, including medical devices, we had to have 8 weeks of trainings because they had no clue about devices or technologies, and the participation of the industry was paramount because they shared the knowledge. People who have the knowledge about this is the industry, and we need to look for the places for sharing the information, the good practices, with the purpose that things can be grounded. Obviously, with changes of administration, things get more complicated, but this is where the guilds, we have the responsibility of not giving up. And we need to be constant and to start over and to find for the new spaces. I believe having spaces like this is important because we learn and because we create networks. And because of this, we can learn from other people's mistakes. And so you talk to your regulators, to your authorities differently, and you give them options so that things can be customized to each reality. Thank you, Cristina. What you have just said is very important. Changes of staff, changes of administrations, changes of policies. And once again, let's recap of what we said in the beginning. Institutionalization is important. We need to work in a very consistent manner in institutionalizing things, because perhaps tomorrow we won't have this job. We do not own knowledge. And a very clear way in which we can help knowledge remain is through institutionalization, creating quality management systems in regulatory agencies, creating standardized operation procedures that can guarantee the quality of the regulatory process and the quality of the assessment processes based on the systematization. At the end of the day, that's not the solution, because we human beings, we possess knowledge, but we will have tools that can significantly help the progress and that can help not to lose many of the knowledge. And at the end of the day, the renewal processes of the institutions will be more efficient like that. So we are betting on institutionalization. We're providing support of the coalition of the private initiative and the Met, of course, for collaborating in that regard. Now, Marisol, Colombia, please. Thank you, Sandra. The medical devices sector is facing a big challenge, and that is technological breakthroughs and how regulations have to keep up. And it is not only because of the pandemic, but also considering the new things about robotics, nanotechnologies, and AI and all. Software as a medical device, which was quite a landmark in regulations, I believe that regulators and the industry as a whole, we have an enormous challenge. And this is where reliance comes in as something that is center stage in the daily activities of the markets, not only for public policies. Having a product that has the highest quality and safety requirements is only achievable if our regulations do regulate what they have, what they have to. And if it's a new product, nobody knows anything about it, then how do we do the IMDRF as a central element? And I celebrate meetings like this because the fact that PAHO has designed a agenda that is specific for medical devices, to me, that seems a great achievement. The World Health Organization has many documents. The document, the positioning of the industry is also aligned to that need of having reliance mechanisms so that we can step on the shoulders of giants.
Creo que eso es fundamental. Y ahí las buenas prácticas de regulación van a ser un marco muy importante en ese ascenso.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Diego.
Gracias, Roberta.
Right,
¿Nos
thank you
puede-
very much. Thank you, Roberta.
Argentina, por favor?
Can you
Bueno, primero iniciar con un
talk
saludo
about
afectuoso de Victoria del
Argentina?
Castillo.
Of course, first of all, I would
Está
like to
trabajando en
send my
Argentina
greetings
y
to
la
Victoria del
agradecemos la
Castillo.
reunión y la
She's been
agradecemos por
working
poder participar.
in person in Argentina. She's very sorry that she cannot join us. And representing the chambers, we embrace reliance as the smartest way to regulate. And also, I would like to tell you that in Argentina, we have active regulatory processes that conform to the diagnosis process. This has been in place ever since 2005. It's a very mature process. We're still working down the line of sanitary framework. And we observe the recommendations of the paper that we discussed. And we want to join with the other chamber, which is CAPRODI, so we can discuss the projects of regulation together. And in that way, we can strengthen the opinion for international convergence, not only on a local level, but also with consultations that the coalition sends to us that go beyond a region. And we're also in work with the department, the sanitary department, so we can increase the confidence as well as opening up dialogue spaces where we can create trust, not only public and private, but also between agencies, with a team that's dedicated to the international framework. Those are some of the points we've been working on. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. Hopefully, the translators will not struggle with my mix of Portuguese and Spanish. And what I wanted to let you know is about the reliance situation in Brazil. So we have done a lot of effort to move this forward. That is clear in for a lot of persons, and this is an important topic because this is substantial for Anvisa. Last August, there was a general regulation issued where the General Council of Regulatory Trust, and they participated, and it applied for everyone in the pharmaceutical industry. And this helped us to create templates. And this year in March, we had a very open relationship with the stakeholders, and we wanted to mention the concept that was applied to in vitro diagnosis as well as medical devices. There were certain intentions to propose, and we created a report of the way that we see the structure from the way up all the way down. This is active for the medical devices as well as 13.4 devices, and the regulation for medical devices has become modern because what we're seeing in Ibiza is the complements, and there is an entire pathway so we can implement an updated regulation. We have the medical devices, but not for the in vitro diagnosis. So the reliance concept is for us to save time as well as guaranteeing that the points of security and performance will be based on an evaluation that was carried out by a regulatory agency from another country. And what are we accepting in Brazil for reliance? We're accepting Canada, Japan, and right now we have managed in Visa all not the European regulations, and I believe that this is about to happen. However, we're still in an organization process in Europe. In the meantime, we just have 4 countries that we work with. We're also trying to accept the pre-qualification by the WHO as a regulatory agency, but that's not happening right now. So Canada, Japan, Australia, and RDA. So this will be a regulatory process, and we will be accepting this reliance for the registration of products. That's for the initial process, and all the documentation for the instructions needs to be identical to the one that is necessary for a registration in a different country. According to the experience of people in pharma, we're seeing a context of identical documentation for certain medication in Brazil. You need an area of product conservation, and that is not in the European regulation. So the documentation is not identical there. And the other point is that we have a concept stated as the same medical device, but WHO deals with that as products that are essential. And there is a certain variation there. And that means that we have products that were managed by a foreign institution, but in Brazil, we're offering products that are not made just by one plant, but 2 plants. And how are we going to include this in a process? Well, it needs to be identical, but we hope that we can add to that point, and also product that will receive the reliance process must not have any sort of complaint or any lack of meeting the sanitary requirements in the previous years. So we believe that with this, we will have a set of data that will help us to speed up the process. And also from the point of view of the companies, we wanted to do a fast track, and we just want this optimized process of the evaluation of a product that will allow faster process with the other products, but there will be no specific track for the submitted products in Reliance. And I believe that the other point that is also described, and this is safety term, is that a company can propose a Reliant process for a product, but at any point, Visa can request additional documents or reject the Reliance process. This is an decision by the agency, and that is for guaranteeing that we will have good conditions to evaluate the same quality that we have today for our current mechanism of optimized process. So this is very involved in this, and there is the vision that not everything that applies for pharma, and it's the same that we have discussed here. Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Before moving on to Chile, there are a couple of points that I would like you to share. First, perhaps it could be interesting that for the Americas, obviously we're including Brazil, is the first country that is creating a specific regulation to implement reliance all throughout the continent. But from the private initiative, what do you think that are the fundamental motivations to make this decision of formalizing the process with WHO? Well, I believe that the topic of the possibility of having homogeneous regulation is, I think this is important. We have a restriction of personnel. So the possibility of having safety and security in the processes to make them faster with less personnel, I think it's maybe that's not the intention, but that is going to be taken to a different process, because the queues for registration are so long, and this will be good for the agency to work in a more efficient way, and at the end of processes we can have a lot of security in shorter periods. Thank you very much. I think this is a great moment with the possibility of contributing to that new regulation. That regulation is now in a public consultation with the Chamber of Commerce, and the purpose is that we can have contribution of collective knowledge in the world or individual knowledge. This consultation will be closed next October 25. So I think it would be really interesting that if you have the opportunity to take a look at it, if you can provide something, if you can contribute something to strengthen this regulation, you can do so. It's now in the process of being constructed. So using this possibility, I think it's really important. And it's also the shared responsibility of all of those who work in this sector. We were talking and we were complaining about regulators, but what do we do? We demand from them, but what do we demand from ourselves? So for the coalition, this is an environment where only shared responsibility held by all relevant actors can take us to this safe place. And we're meeting really specific criteria. You're mentioning the amount of personnel available for reviewing. And that's the same challenge that the industry has. We don't have enough resources for 200 dossiers analysis in every country, but that's on an immediate level. And we also need to have available resources so we can contribute to these public consultations. So it's a challenge for private initiative, and that is, how do we take the message to the companies that are members of the coalition so that we can distribute the resources in a way that will allow us to move forward in a systematic way, always in line with the good practices, and also what corresponds to us in the public sectors, so we can stop complaining about the requirements and saying that they do not align to the international standards. But when are we participating in the conversations? When are we requesting evidence? When are we participating in international and domestic discussions? I know that this is a learning process, but we will only reach that level of maturity if we participate actively. So I encourage you to participate in this public consultation. We have 15 days, but let's participate. Let's see if there's something that we can contribute. We can contribute with our experience. We can always find opportunities. Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Now let's hear from Chile. Gabriela, thank you very much. Right, well, you have said a lot. I'll try to be brief. I'm Gabriela Garna, and I represent ANINEX, which is the Association for Medical Devices in Chile. We have a different situation to the one in your region, you know it, and you have heard me talk about regulatory gaps. We have 9, and we will have 10 medical devices that will be regulated by the end of the year. So our challenge goes beyond reliance or recognition. We have a unique opportunity. It's an opportunity to do things well on our first attempt, and we can use all of this knowledge and expertise, and we can work together. That's something that we're doing right now. We have 6 months of work with other actors, and we're preparing ourselves for this regulation. And we have moved forward in topics that go beyond science, beyond technique. And this has to do with the political situations. I think that's really important, and that's why the guild's role is important with the changes in administration, and to stay up to the challenge and having access for quality devices. That responsibility is very clear to us, and we have insisted with the authorities so we can have the legislation of medical devices so we can move forward. We can keep up the pace right now, but it's not the best way. Having a regulation of medical devices separated from pharma. And I was telling a story on the plane. I was in this economy summit, and it's not different to what happens in other countries. The senator told me when I was giving a conference on a local process, and after I was talking, she said, "What are medical devices?" And it's a question that we find a lot. It's very frequent, more than we think. So answering what are medical devices, this is defined. And for us, it's very clear, but we need to disseminate this knowledge to other sectors that are decision makers. So in our case, we expect this regulation to advance as fast as possible, but there is a central point, and those are the people. We can all be patient, but today in our country, just like in other places, we are seeing the problem of forgery in products and the risk of quality. And that is because there is no enough knowledge. We have the obligation of the registry of CDA in our countries. There is not enough tax capacity or knowledge in the area of customs, and not enough opportunities, just like we saw in the pandemic. So this is a very important issue that we need to discuss, as well as having access to health, quality health. And we need to keep our flag up. So this reliance process seems to be the way. So finding the thin thread is not very sensible, but what we need to do is to move from theory to practice, because that is the real challenge. We all know the documents by WHO, OPS, but on our daily lives, implementing processes that are well known, that are trustworthy, and that are independent of the person in charge, that is our true challenge. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriela. And yes, you just touch a fundamental topic that could be solved, I would say, quote unquote, in a very simple way. Not inventing the thread, not inventing one magical solution. It's exactly the comparison between the options that we may have for solving a problem. The essence of a regulation is that it will allow us to foresee a problem and avoid it. So if we practice, if we apply properly or regulatory practices, we will find that one of the options is not regulating, of course. Another option is regulating, starting from the responsibility of doing everything 100%, but obviously that is impossible, and there are so many variabilities, but also applying directly reliance or recognition. And when you do the impact of regulatory analysis with all the practices that exist, well, math will not let anybody lie. And we can see the relationship between the regulated sector as well as the feasibility of real implementation by a regulator. And we have all these options. We have a lot of elements to our disposition, so we do not fall into reinventing the wheel or not generating obstacles. Starting from very great purpose, which is providing for the patients. We have all the mechanisms so we can prevent reinventing the wheel. And certainly we envy Chile's situation, because you are in the perfect situation. So you can have the most advanced regulatory framework in the world. You have the entire knowledge of the world to your disposition, so you can take advantage of it. Gabriela? Yeah, just last comment. And according to the experience, I think it's really important that the people who are involved in political topics need to understand that reliance and recognition does not mean going over the authority, territorial authority. That is commonly a concept that we understand, but the political world tends to see this with a touch of distrust. And these concepts are not related at all with not observing the legitimate authority of the regulatory entities in our countries. This process seeks to make the technology available to the people, but that the technology has the backup that it requires. We are not questioning the attributes or the power of the authorities to enforce in the industry. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Ana Riquelme. She is in the virtual session, and she will let us know about the situation in Mexico. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me. We will all meet tomorrow. I will be very brief because I know that we also have Comsalud here in the call, and I want to leave room for questions and answers. I would like to mention the situation from two perspectives: the issues with the sector and the challenges we're facing. First, I would like to touch the positive points, our possibilities. As you know, Mexico has important exercises of regulatory cooperation. It's one of the countries that has more trade treaties with other countries in the world. We have an update of of NAFTA with the US and Canada. This is also something that we're working with Chile, Colombia, and Peru. And we have specific chapters in our dossier for medical equipment. We also have a new lay of infrastructure for quality, and I appreciate the coalition that had training last week so we can see the relationship between the quality in Mexico and the good regulatory practices. And with that as a base, we can create balance between the competitiveness in the sector and the sanitary risks. We also have reliance exercises. We were not calling them that back in the day, but we worked that through the Pacific Alliance, and we were trying to get rid of some of the regulations for some medical equipments, and we understand that the authorities will be rethinking their strategy because not all the equipment have the same risk, so they shouldn't be treated the same way. Also, the regulation for the standards that we have as a good regulatory practices, this will be re renewable or an extension of these standards so we can keep working with them and to take them to the practice. We have several challenges, of course. I would like to summarize them in three, but these are not minor. These are very important. We have 2,000 economic units that are assigned to medical equipment from their manufacturer, or at least a fabrication notice. They have a sanitary uh, restriction, and they are responsible for the distribution of the product. So imagine a world of units that COFEPRIS needs to regulate and surveil. We also have a name of Chile, 15,000 registrations for medical equipment that require permanent surveillance. We have difficulties, both technical and administrative, every 3 years, so you can do the math. And just with a fast calculation, we are regulated not only by COFEPRIS, they are regulating also supplements, dietary supplements, cosmetics, pesticides, entertainment centers for tobacco use. And I would like to highlight the attention that we received as regulated and also regulators. We have greatest resources from other countries. And last but not least, we are going through a very important experience in Mexico. We are updating the labeling regulation for devices and the surveillance for these devices. And we are also carrying out a visit for good practices in manufacture that was published this year. And there are certain topics that we have proposed to the authorities. We may recap on that. And what we want to do is to stay a bit away from pharma's regulation because the regional law in Mexico uh, is regulating us very similarly. So I believe that this is a good opportunity if we consider it from the reliance principles. This is an opportunity so we can all be competitive enough. I agree with Sandri what the previous panelists said. We need to use the experience of other countries as much as we can. And I also agree with Gabriela, and the great challenge is to validate that with the authorities. The way reliance will allow us to have sovereignty and independence in decision making, but it will also allow the sector to be competitive enough. I remember that um, 2 weeks ago we were in Washington and there was this Brazilian company. They were asking me if it's true that in Mexico the manufactured plants were closed due to the challenges that we have with 241 regulation, and the answer is no, the plants are not closed, but they are facing a lot of challenges. And I am pretty sure that they will arrive on port with the new visit that will the revision that we will do to that regulation. And we keep doing that with Reliance, and we're going to revisit these regulations. We want to stick to the international standards. We are not reinventing the wheel, as it was said before. And we want to survey to all the quality infrastructure so it can be congruent factor. So we want to meet the requirements so these regulations can reach to a good port. For any company that would like to check and watch over the medical devices in Mexico, just being competitive and looking after all the risks.
Ana, muchísimas gracias por tu participación y voy a ofrecer una disculpa porque omití invitar a Malena
Thank you for
Tapia.
your participation. Malena Tapia, I forgot to ask her to come up to the panel. I'm so sorry for that omission. We're going to bring you a chair. We need you to be here so we can take a picture of everyone. Now we will listen to the participation of Juan Olivares, who is representing AmCham in Peru, and then we will listen to Malena. And once again, I apologize for the omission. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Olivares. I represent ACOMSalud, the Chamber of Trade in Lima. It is a great honor for me to share this space with you all. As we have mentioned, the reliance in medical devices, if we consider the state of the art in this group of products, is more challenging and changing than for pharmaceutical products and others. According to these national standards that change constantly, the regulations around the world that have great impact in our countries, make it important for our regulations to be more dynamic. As we have heard, we have softwares, medical devices, we have artificial intelligence, we have robots and combined products, we have more medical devices border. And that is why our regulations have to be more dynamic as well. Reliance has helped us a lot here in the country to have the tools with the authorities, especially in a context, and perhaps it doesn't apply to Peru, but resilience is very important for us. We have gone through a period of 6 months in which 4 general directors have changed seats. Of course, everyone comes with a different perspective and different criteria. And in spite of the difficulties, we have been able to provide transparent continuity, and we have many points in common. So I would like to highlight not only how Reliance is helping us as a guild, but also how it supports the authorities. In our country, our authorities have understood the concept, and they have the intention of creating a new initiative. We have met with them several times to provide our viewpoints and our recommendations, and so we hope that it will soon be published, and it will include reliability as a concept and some others that are important for us. But it is also a good thing for them because we have a mechanism for change that is very complex. Our authorities here, they don't have the possibility of changing standards on their own. They have to present a bill of law to the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Health to the Chamber of Ministers and the presidency and the minister, and even the president. It is a very lengthy process. Many approvals have to be given. So the authorities are given tools so that through the procedures of the states, they can defend that the changes that are being proposed are not because the industry is imposing them or because somebody of the authorities made them up, but it's rather based on the recommendation of international institutions that support Reliance, and that is why they are being included in the process of change. I think it is very important in the case of our authorities to use this concept because it's a way in which the discussions or the justifications become more solid when different parts of the system have things to say. In Peru, we say we don't need to rediscover the wheel, it already exists, it's working, so let us just copy the concept, let's apply it. Some things will apply to our realities, but this is something that will help us. And I must say, we have found, at least in the current relationship with authorities, great understanding, and we just hope it'll be reflected in the proposal that we have presented for in vitro devices and others, which is something that will be started to be worked on, including other medical devices that are not in vitro, but some others that are not currently undergoing a process, they'll be included. And we have agreed that it is very important to have them in mind because it is not that they make our lives easier for the industry or for deregulation, but rather it's a way in which medical devices that are safe and that have gone through reviews and have been approved by other countries can come into our market in an easier way so that our population has more access, and so we don't have supply problems or access to technology problems in our markets. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Now we'll pass the floor to Malena so that she can share the perspective of Peru as well. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I want to tell you what it's been done through Alafarpe in Peru, along with the GEMIR. And in this case, I would like to say and appreciate the support of the coalition and Sandra. GEMIR has been an entity that has been very close for a long time, very fearful, not willing to listen to the industry. The industry has been very limited in terms of contact. And as one has said, during the last 6 months, there's been an openness, and it's been because of the support and the presence, physical presence of Sandra there. They have been open, and that is why new doors are being opened, and now the industry is not seen as a threat, but as an ally. That is why we have been able to suggest a regulation that is exclusive for medical devices for in vitro diagnosis, but it is a step forward so that a new medical devices regulation can be achieved. It is paving the way, but still a lot has to be done. The regulation is focused 100% on medication. And so in this regard, since we both evolved in the different countries, it is complex to be able to implement these measures and tools to facilitate the inclusion of good products such as Reliance. And now that I have the microphone, and now speaking from the perspective of Ecuador, not Peru, as of 2018, in this very same meeting here in El Salvador, we started speaking about Reliance. And we started trying to promote with the association and with the members of ASEDIM and ARSA as an entity. And so it became more relevant. We were also able to include, as Christina has said, risk 1 and 2 products, things that have been working in a very live way. They have included 3 and 4. Now we're facing a new problem. We do not know how to apply reliance. It's as if we have a white elephant that is very pretty because in Ecuador there's reliance for risk 1 to 4, but we don't know how to apply it. We have 57 members of the ASEDIM, but only 2 of them have followed the process because we do not know what are the documents that ANVISA will grant us to present, what are the documents that we need from the US, Canada, Australia, Singapore, South Korea, the European community. We do not know exactly how to get them. We have experience because sometimes we try to get something from Brazil and they told us that we had to pay ANVISA on the side so that they could give us a document. So it's not clear. Now we all believe in reliance. We don't need to convince, we don't need to preach to the choir. It's been difficult, but we're there. But now we need to establish the rules of the game so that everyone has clarity what to do, when, where, and how. We should learn from agencies like Brazil who have more experience. Why don't you share with the region? This is the document that ANVISA will give people and that is acceptable for local authorities. At ARSA, we had a meeting 1 month ago about this subject and had no clue of what is the document that we are going to get them. And this does not only mean that there's a difficulty, but it's a risk because unfortunately, corruption and bribery open the door for any document to be presented, and the entities since have complete ignorance of what they're supposed to do. They accept it and they risk the health of people. So that is my request. We need to establish a new strategy. This has to be brought to the table. We need to break down the elephant to make it more achievable, chunkable, and so that we can provide a reliance result, because if not, it is going to be something that is very good in theory, but completely useless in practice. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution, and we thank the speakers. Jocelyn, you wanted to say something? Yes, I have the same problems that you have with other agencies, because when reliance is brought to the table and Japan and Australia is going to be accepted, we do not know in great detail the contents of those documents. So there's a quote in the document that says, the document of the foreign regulatory agency has to have this information. All right, but what if they don't have that? What has to be presented? So we are at different level, but it's the same problem. And the regional companies help because people from companies have experience in the different countries. So this is how we attempt to do things. But as we say in Brazil, it's all about changing the car wheel with a car movement. While a situation is happening, this is when we start to find a solution or how to fix instead of thinking ahead. So I totally share your feeling. Thank you, Jocelyn. I would like to open to a couple of questions very quickly. We have one question on the chat, but before we go there, I would like to give priority to the attendees. Do you have any other further questions or comments? Here and then Marisol. Douglas Rodriguez. Thank you. A pleasure to be here. It's a question has to do with has been said. I think that this is a very appropriate moment for us to speak about what happens if we dare all of the players here to create a handbook of reliance application. If we could center all the parties and say, this is the document that would apply for point A, B, and C. And in this way, we can make it available so that everybody is on the same page of what is the document that I need to find, how do I need to find it, and how do I need to deliver it. I think that would make a great difference. It would enable reliance where it already exists at a regulatory level, according to what Malena said. A standard is one thing, the use of it is another, and the day-to-day is a third one. So we are at that moment in which, if reliance is already a reality in some countries, if it's already in the standard, let us work in the how do we make certain that everybody is on the same page. This is something that we need to think, what if we think of a handbook or any other name we want to give it, so that it is a reference, a real reference document, instructions of how are going to do, what are documents I need to see, are there templates, how do we include them? And this way we find the standardization, the true convergence, so that the same dossier applies for everybody. That's it. Going back to the original question of Sandra Lija, what can we do? And aligned to what Douglas has said, we need to go step by step. The first thing is international standardization. Anna said this very well. In the agreements of the Pacific Alliance, we realized that each country had their own specificities in sanitary regulations. So the first thing is to harmonize our regulations with the international regulation. That is important and is also a good practice. Then we all need to focus on a win-win, which is to have a reliance. Because for the industry, having a process that is simplified, that's harmonized, if the regulation is international, then we wouldn't have to have extra documents or additional requirements, but rather we would have that all standardized, and the introduction of the technology would be at the service of patients. It would be more agile and easier. But for the regulators, it's about optimizing scarce resources and focusing on actions that are urgent and necessary. Maybe documentary surveillance, providing a post-market surveillance and to counteract illegal markets. And that's where I see the challenge. That is something that could be a part of what we as an association could do in our countries. In that case, based on what Marisol has said, reliance gives you the starting point of moving towards the can do is, once again, I insist, coordinating with PAHO, so that we can have the guidelines and the IMDRF support. There are many things already done that we need to be used by the governments, and the construction of the basic guidelines. If you're going to do reliance, and we're going to do reliance based on the PAHO certified agencies or others. So what are the documents that those agencies have? And it's just about aligning, because FDA is going to change the document at the end of the year. So we need to have that basic guideline that can support the industry and the regulatory agencies. I believe that the industry has the daily information. The problem is the agency that is disconnected from the information, and we need to help them have the resources. There is a platform amongst the agencies, and that platform can hold that information. I believe this is something that has to be put forward. Thank you, Roberta. I would like to add, to build on everything's been said, the coalition has work groups that carrying out the initiatives. If they could come join us through their agencies, so that we can bring all of those ideas in a central place where we can put them into practice, because this is what all visualized. Regulations are very nice, but how do we implement them? How do we ground the ideas? The work groups are the spaces where we can materialize everything. So that's what needs to be worked on right now. Thank you, Roberta. Janet, that is writing. Thank you to all of the panelists. obviously this was written before Juan's intervention. A question for Brazil: how do we make certain that the mindset of the authorities changes to accept reliance? What has worked in Brazil and other countries? Because we all have resource limitations, so it will be important for the Brazilian draft to be shared with other agencies. Is that possible? I think that the change of mindset is a process. This didn't start, it didn't change overnight. It's a long-term work. The agency has the conviction that it has to be adjusted to the most modern models, and it has to work this way. So the mindset is a change process. And we need to consider that I believe that those are actions that are, they cannot be government. They have to be statewide. In terms of medication, during the pandemic, they faced some problems. So these actions, they have to be placed in a safe way, and they have to remain like that, because if the effort doesn't remain, it wouldn't help anybody. And the other question was about Anvisa or something. If we could share the Reliance document, and obviously, if it's available, we could give the link later to the e-pink platform so you can see it. Yes, the general declaration 741, I have that in English. Some of the documents, I have them in English. But this one, since it was public consultation that started October 28th, it's not in English. I only have the original proposal that we are now working on. And I see that Anvisa is very open to create an interface with the industry, the entities, because a regulation, if it's not applied, it cannot be used at all. So I believe that what Anvisa is now doing, opening the possibility to share information, that does not mean that we're going to influence the decision making, but it's just a support, because a regulation that is not applied is useless. Thank you, Jocelyn. Any other questions or comments from the attendees? No. Let me thank all of the speakers. The conversation was very interesting. The challenge is, how do we put everything into practice? How to materialize the good intentions? Because it is clear that we all have the best intentions. The request is very clear. We need instruments that can help facilitate the implementation. I believe that those tools could be very valuable, and we offer our collaboration, as Roberta has explained. We have a task force within the coalition precisely to promote progress in the implementation of reliance mechanisms. And to conclude, something that Jocelyn has just mentioned, the change of mindset, the change of paradigm. There's a paradigm there. It requires a lot of time to be achieved. And recently, we were in Kenya at one of those workshops that I mentioned in the morning, where we had the chance to listen to the medical devices chief of health science of Singapore. And she said that the question was, how do we contribute? How can we help other regulators so that they do this quantum leap, so that they don't have to take 15 years it took us to develop mechanisms that can create trust with other regulators? We have already gone through that. We could save them time. How can we help them so that they live in a culture of constant paradigm change? And it was very interesting, because it was the area subdirector was there, and she said, and she is the person who every single day comes and challenges me. Why are we doing things the way we're doing them? Because she finds case A, and she finds that there could be a more efficient alternative. So the agency is forced to work because it is constantly challenged, and the director thanks having the constant challenging because new options are looked for because of that. That is a very generous offering of that authority, and I'm sure it's not the only one. The collaboration to create quantum leaps so that we don't have to waste 15 years trying to do something when other people's have done something to achieve the trust. On regulators, we all suffer the lack of resources, just as it is a problem of the medical device producers, but I'm certain that there's a willingness, there's an openness, and there's a commitment to work together and to be able to move forward and to help each other use the resources they have. So with this, the invite is to BAHO, to WHO, and the proposal of the coalition, including the alliances, ADIMED and ALADIB, so that we can capitalize the work that we're beginning to do with a group on reliance, so capitalize things. And so with this, we'll conclude. We invite all of the speakers to join us at the lobby so that we can take a group picture, and we will be back at 1:15 Mexico City time. Thank you, everybody.
Pues muy buenas tardes a todos. Reiniciamos el programa vespertino.
Hello, everybody. Let us continue the program. We thank for everyone's participation, to all of the stakeholders who are here and online. Welcome back. We will now begin with a subject that has to do with FDA's decision regarding the electronic emission of certificates for foreign governments, the free trade, free sale government. Marina Calvario will be with us. She is a member of the regulatory convergence team, our expert on good regulatory practices. Marina, you have use of the floor now. Thank you, Sandra. I'm going to switch to English because my Spanish is worse than my Portuguese.
It's a pleasure to be here to moderate this panel to discuss a little bit the certificate of foreign government or certificates of free sale. And for this panel, I would like to call without further delays our key speaker, Mr. Anthony Obas, who is a US FDA agent. And I would like, Anthony, if you can present yourself and before starting your talk, and also giving us an overview of your resume, that would be very, very interesting for the entire audience. And it will be a pleasure to understand a little bit more about the electronic CFGs and the benefits and the risks that you're envisaging as a regulator. Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Obas. I am the export team lead for the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. So as Marina said, today I'll be providing an update on the electronic issuance of export certificates. And in terms of my background, I've been at the Center for Devices for 10 years now. My background is in laboratory science, and I also have a master's in business. And I've been the team lead for the past 8 years. And Leila Lawrence is the assistant director, but I think she's away today, so I'll be doing the presentation. So I have a series of slides I would like to present. If you want me to start with that, or do you want to have a discussion, Marina?
No, I think you are free to go. Can you
Okay.
share your screen directly from you? Okay,
Sure.
Perfect.
All right, I think you all can see my screen. All right, so during today's presentation, we will cover the issuance of electronic export certificates, our communication efforts, authentication of such certificates, and lastly, we will have a brief demonstration of the authentication process as it is currently being used by the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. To begin, we must stress that medical devices that can be legally marketed in the United States can be exported without prior notification or approval from the FDA. I'm hearing an echo. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yeah, I'm hearing it too. I think that's the translator in the room, but
Okay, so I switched to original audio, so we'll see if that works. Do we hear an echo now?
no echo now. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfectly. Sorry about that. Okay, so essentially, medical devices that can be legally marketed in the United States can be exported without any prior approval or notification from the FDA. So although not required by FDA to allow marketing or registration, as it is often called, export certificates are often required by importing countries. Currently, the FDA issues export certificates upon request. So if the requirements are met, they are issued on a special security paper. And now for the electronic issuance of export certificates. We hope this slide is not a surprise. On July 10th of this year, we announced that starting January 2nd, 2024, CDRH will officially transition to electronic certificates. Once we start the electronic process, CDRH will no longer be printing export certificates and documents on security paper. Mailing of such documents will also be discontinued. The process for export certificate submission will not change. So firms will continue to use the CDRH export certificate application and tracking system, also known as CCATS, to submit export certificate requests. We will review export certificate requests in CCATS, but we will no longer print certificates internally. Once our review has been completed, if the certificate is granted, the requester will receive an email immediately with instructions on how to access the certificate. The email will alert the requester that the certificate is ready. The requester will have one-time access for 45 days to print the certificate. Now, in terms of communication, to avoid any surprises, CDRH is being extremely transparent. We have taken many steps to communicate the transition to electronic certificates. The first step was on July 10th of this year, which is approximately 6 months prior to the official launch. We sent a letter to our stakeholders to announce the launch in January 2024. The letter is also posted on the FDA's website under Letters to Industry in case anyone missed it. We posted the announcement on the CDRH export webpage, which is what you see here. Additionally, we also posted an announcement on the landing page of CCATS, which is where all these certificates are requested and where they will be issued. Furthermore, between now and January 2nd, 2024, we are participating in various meetings, such as this one, where we are talking to our stakeholders and responding to email inquiries. So if there are any questions or concerns that are not addressed today, please feel free to contact the CDRH exports team at exportcert@cdrh.gov. cdrh.fda.gov. I would like to highlight that CDRH is not the first center to transition to electronic certificates. 3 other centers are already issuing electronic certificates without any problems. The Center for Veterinary Medicine, CVM, and the Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, CFSAN, transitioned to electronic certificates in 2020. Additionally, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, CDER, followed suit in 2021. Now, CDRH has been consulting with the centers to help us transition to electronic certificates successfully. So here we have displayed a list of countries to which the other centers have already issued electronic certificates. So this is not a comprehensive list, but it represents activities for 2023 only. Now, since CDRH announced the transition, we have received countless inquiries raising concerns about how to apostille these electronic documents. We need to point out that the apostille is not done by FDA. For those of you not familiar with the apostille, it is an authentication process that is done by the U.S. Department of State. It is our understanding that the apostille process can be very lengthy, but that is outside of FDA's control. That said, we are in talks with the State Department. The preliminary consensus is that electronic certificates issued from CDRH will be allowed to be apostilled. The requirement is that they are printed in color. Now, falsification of export documents has always been a concern, even for documents that have been apostilled or legalized. A key tool to address this concern is the implementation of the FERL's Export Certificate Validator, abbreviated FECV, which allow electronic certificates to be validated directly from FDA databases. The FECV is a tool that is already being used by CDER, CFSAN, and CVM. Now, in contrast to the apostille process, foreign governments will be able to verify the authenticity of a manufacturer's export certificate through the FECV website. CDRH will add a unique quick response code and web address the unique certificate number on the FECV website. No account or software download is needed. We anticipate the authentication option will enable faster processing of export documents. And now we will have a quick demonstration by VESA, who will be using the FECV from CDER. So I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Ethne. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vesa Bonici. I'm the International Relations Specialist at the FDA Latin America office. We thought it would be helpful to share the database that is currently used for the pharmaceutical products at FDA. As Ethne noted, for medical devices, the agency will move in a similar type of direction starting in January. That particular database is not up at this point, and that's why we're showing how it is used, at least on the pharmaceuticals. And the same thing is being worked on, very similar for medical devices. So the process will be very similar come January. With that, I believe that you should be able to see my screen at this particular point. This is the validator website on FDA website. I think there's other ways to validate the certificate, as Ethne noticed. There's going to be a QR code, but this is one of the ways by going on the FDA website and be able to get the validated certificate to make sure to validate it that FDA essentially has issued the certificates. And so with that, if I will not show here the certification number and expiration date, just because we want to make sure we're confidential when we talk about certain certificates. But I do have one. So if I were to put here the certification number that you will see on the certification that is issued, as well as the expiration date of that certificate, at least for the pharmaceutical, you will get a certificate similar to this one, which is essentially an electronic version for a certificate that is currently used for pharmaceutical products. I did redact certain information here because that's not the reason why we're showing this, to include the details, but more so just to show you similar what you will be seeing on a medical devices. And you'll see here that this particular certificate is for validation purposes. And as long as that certification number and the expiration date are correct, you should be able to retrieve that information for that certificate to validate it. And I'll stop here.
All right, Vesa, thank you very much for that demonstration.
Thank you, Ethne.
Yeah. So I hope that demonstration was very helpful to allow everyone to see the process in action. I mean, it literally just takes seconds. So in summary, CDRH will be transitioning to electronic certificates starting January 2nd, 2024. On that date, all export documents will be issued electronically. E-certs are not new. They are already in use by 3 other FDA centers, which we mentioned earlier. They are CEDAR, CIFSEN, and CVM. The first e-certs were issued since 2020 by CVM and CIFSEN. And to authenticate documents with the advantages of the FECV, it is our hope that over time, FECV will become the primary tool to authenticate export documents. However, in the meantime, CDRH is aware that some countries may still have laws and policies in place that require paper certificates, apostille seal, or legalization. As a result, the State Department will apostille e-certs if needed. To get the apostille, the document must be printed in color. Then the standard apostille process should be followed. If there are additional concerns, we stand ready to work with the foreign regulatory authorities through the FDA's international affairs components to understand and implement appropriate changes. Any questions?
Thank you, Ethne. That was a very clear and transparent presentation, as you already mentioned. Before going to questions, I would like to complement your presentation with a very brief presentation from my side on the situation of the CFGs and the export certificates and the work that the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence on Medical Technology sector is working on. So, if you allow me, I will just I will jump to my presentation, and then we can open up for questions and discuss a little bit on your presentation. Is that okay for you, or would you prefer to go direct to questions now?
No, that's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. And we ask the audience to bring questions to the Q&A. I'm sure we will have time to go through it. So first of all, and with that, I would like to thank again for the opportunity to have this panel. I'm going to share my screen as well to talk a little bit about a position paper that the Inter-American Coalition on Regulatory Convergence is working on, especially on the issue of the certificates of free sale and also the change to electronic documents, and how this would affect and impact national regulators of especially Latin American countries and also private sector in terms of how they're going to deal with the procedures that we have to face in these countries that require actually additional procedures besides the certificate of free sale. So first of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about a position paper that we are working on. And this position paper has three main objectives. The first of all, it's to clarify some definitions on the nomenclature and all these concepts that we are talking about when we discuss about certificates of free sale. The second part of this paper tries to bring some recommendations on behalf of the Inter-American Coalition regarding how to modernize and the opportunity countries have right now to bring forward regulations on CFGs and certificates of free sale when it comes to digital. And in the end of the day, I would like to provide a summary for some selected Latin American countries on the laws and regulations they provide in relation to the certificates. And as already mentioned by Anthony, we have some concepts that are really, really important, and we have to understand who are the parties involved on those procedures. So when we are talking about certificates of free sale, and that's very important because some countries say certificate of free sale certificate, certificate of foreign government, export certificate, as mentioned in the previous presentation, certificate of free trade, and all these are nomenclatures used by countries, but they are trying to define the same document. And the purposes of these documents is basically to attest that the product does not suffer any restriction to be commercialized in the market where it comes from, where it's marketed. It also states that the product follows the regulations and technical norms of the country of origin. And for this reason, this product can enter the market of the importing country. And that would be a condition for entering the market. And lastly, the document makes possible the registration of the product in the importing country, enabling the company and the private sector to participate in bids and other events in the importing country. However, besides the certificate of free sale that many Latin American countries request, there are some additional procedures that are required to attest that this document is actually a real document and not a forgery. And the kind of procedure that we are talking about is basically the apostille that Anthony mentioned, but it's not only that. So it's very interesting to bring, like, the concept of apostille is basically procedure that is it was established by the Hague Convention of 1961. And this convention basically states that countries may use the system of apostille where a notarization is performed by a designated authority, with, in this case, the State Department of State, as I mentioned, and this authority authenticates the origin of a public document, the export certificate in our case, and then this document, this apostille, may be presented in another country. And that will guarantee that the document is not a forgery. However, so this chart, this image just explains in short how does it work. You have the document from the FDA, and in the previous in the previous system before electronic, and then you submit to State Department, you get the apostille, and then with that you bring to the country of importation, and they accept the document as a original one. However, if there is a country, and there are many countries that are not part of the Hague Convention, they cannot follow the apostille system. So instead of requiring the certificate of free sale and the apostille procedure, they require actually a traditional legalization procedure. And the traditional legalization procedure is a bit more complex than what we have in the apostille system, because you have to pass through sometimes until 4 authorities within the country of origin to prove that the document is original, the person signing the document is an actual authority, and that authority is entitled and enrolled to sign that document. And then the person who is attesting the power of this authority has also to be recognized, usually by Foreign Affairs Ministry. And then after that, the document goes to the country of importation, and the country importation also recognizes the whole chain for legalization of the document. So it's a very, very detailed and sometimes bureaucratic system to attest that the document is original. Now imagine that this document is an electronic document where you don't have a wet signature, so you don't have like a real person signing the document, and imagine that this document has no physical original paper. So then you basically cannot follow through this process, because they are not going to recognize any signature in the document. And if this signature is not wet, is not real, usually the authorities do not accept the document. So that's the first challenge we face. And as mentioned by Anthony, in the apostille system, there is a possibility to have the e-apostille system going through, which is like conducting the apostille procedure through a electronic document. The Hague platform, the Hague Convention platform, provides expertise and explanation on how to deal with electronic documents. And it's interesting to see how the State Department is going to do it. And that was very helpful information provided in the previous presentation, because the e-apostille system has some differences, and I'm not sure whether that would be the chain that the US is going through to the apostille, or if it's going to be a different system. So that's an issue that we could also go further into our Q&A. But after all this, going through the apostille or the legalization of the document, many authorities go through and ask for sworn translations of documents that are not in the original language that we were supposed that of the importing country. So sworn translator, which is official translators that are actually recognized in the country as official person that can translate a document, and that translation is good to go, it's formally good. Usually they don't accept electronic documents as well. Some countries require that the document is a physical paper. So this is another piece of concern when it comes to an electronic certificate of free sale, because we have the apostille, the legalization, and possibly the sworn translation that we will have to deal with, and national authorities will have to consider how to overcome these challenges and how to make electronic documents being accepted without having any prejudice to access of medical products to patients. Because in the end of the day, we're discussing that these medical devices should not be postponed or should be prevented from entering in the country because of this kind of procedure. And as it was already mentioned, and then I want to bring some key facts that we have right now. There are many countries in the Americas that currently require the CFGs. The information many times provided in the CFGs are already available in trusted sources from government authorities, as the one demonstrated very easily at the from FDA. But besides the CFG, many countries go through additional requiring of apostille and legalizations. And then after that, these procedures take months, sometimes 10, 12 weeks to go through, as it was well called by Anthony already. The FDA is transitioning to electronic, and this brings us an urgency from national authorities to take care of this situation, because as this process do not accept electronic documents many times, there is a lack of paper certificated, and this could prevent registration, import, and market authorization of medical devices in the countries. So we see a need for a transitioning regulatory customs and procurement control documentation that could prevent that the trade flow of medical devices gets suspended or paralyzed while countries are actually taking care of a longer term solution for this situation. So our key messages are that countries should make an effort to embed digital in their local regulations. Authorities should strongly consider if the requirement for CFGs are really necessary, considering the information already available digitally and securely in international and government authorities. Countries should really endeavor to accept electronic formats of CFGs if that's the case. And the process of legalization or apostille, they can be a bottleneck. So we have to really take care of the impacts on health registrations when it comes to those procedures. If there's a need for translation of official documents, sworn translation should consider accepting electronic documents and not wet signatures or paper documents. And countries should strive to implement paperless public policies, because this is actually the future. So that's the beginning of something that is not going to come back. And lastly, by providing transitional measures so that submissions of electronic and legal documents are accepted under the same conditions, they're like the key message right now. We have to strive to find a way to get this work with electronic and paper documents. And while authorities can work on that, then they can go through more definitive policy changes that we know that is going to depend on new laws, new regulations, and many times, many authorities within the government taking care of this situation. But the gradual transition is the key, in our view, for keeping with the technological advance of medical devices, and at the same time, providing safety for countries in assessing those products. So that was the key message from the coalition in relation to this paper. This paper is going to go out very soon to all of you. It's in final stage. And with that in mind, I would like to stop presenting right now and call Anthony again to go through some questions. So we ask the audience, if you have questions, please bring it to the Q&A. And maybe I will begin actually, we have a question in the Q&A, but before going to that, I wonder if, based on your information, and maybe, I know, like you said, the FDA is not the enrolled authority for that, but how could we assess further information on how the apostille, for example, on the export certificate that FDA is going to provide, where in this, how can we get this information at Department of State so they can go through the apostille procedures, and the private sector can go through the apostille procedures in case they need to, when it comes to the electronic document issued by the FDA, Anthony. Do you have any additional information that you could share with us? I think that would be a question. And there's a question also from Natalie, and then I'll pass to you directly, saying that as explained, it shouldn't be followed the traditional apostille process to prove the validity of an electronic CFG. However, most regulations on Latin states that the CFG must be apostille or legalized. How do you suggest to face this challenge while the regulations are updated, as this process takes a long time, as it was also presented in my slides?
All right, Marina, thank you for your presentation. And you made like a good point at the start of your presentation. The key is modernization, right? So we see with the paper documents, there are several steps that are involved, and these steps that are beyond the FDA's control are pain points for industry. So for us, we're trying to help to facilitate this process, because even from our perspective, like by law, we have a mandate that we have to issue export certificates within 20 business days. But for our process, our turnaround time is around like 3 or 5 business days. So we treat every request that we receive as if it's urgent, because we know that, you know, this export certificates are important to industry, and we are mandated by law to issue these certificates as quickly as possible. Now, that said, we understand the issue with the apostille process, and from what we understand, as presented, as noted during my presentation, is that other centers are already doing this. The Center for Devices, Center for Veterinary Medicine, the Center for Food, Center for Drugs. So they're all already issuing electronic certificates. They've been doing this since 2020. And as we displayed those countries there, so the countries are already receiving these certificates. So they are able to, even though it's an electronic process, like eventually we hope that we'll move away from the apostille, and where these certificates do not need to be printed, they can just go to the FECV website, and within seconds, as Vesa displayed, I mean, it took literally like seconds, and you have access to the actual document, which will be very, very difficult to tamper with, because it's coming from our databases. It's directly, it's as they say in English, it's coming from the horse's mouth. You know, it's it's right there. It's displayed where you can see everything, right? So we hope that eventually that will be the go-to mechanism how we handle these certificates. However, in the meantime, like we understand that certain countries, as you mentioned during your presentation, Marina, that certain countries have statute, they have laws in place where they need this paper document, and they need wet signatures. So, well, I have to take it a step back for a second. So even currently with the paper certificates that we're issuing, it's like they're printing these certificates and they're authenticating like the signature that is on these certificates that is being apostilled. So with the electronic certificate transition, it could be printed. So once it's printed, like we have already contacted like the State Department, and they are on board, so they are aware of what is going on from our end. We've provided samples as to, because you brought up some points as to how do you know that an actual certificate is authentic. So we've provided samples like to the State Department. They know exactly what they should be looking for, and they are on board to do the apostille if it's needed. So we don't see that as being a challenge. So if an apostille is needed for these countries, they should be able to print the PDF, but remember, it has to be in color. Then that's forwarded to the State Department, which is the same agency that does the legalization. Well, I guess they start the legalization process. I don't want to get into the weeds of that process because that is not our process. But
I understand.
right. So yes, so those, for these countries still requiring a paper document with the e-certificate, if it's printed, then that would still be a viable option.
Thank you, Anthony. I think Sandra, would you like to see if you have questions from the audience there?
Y Besa, igualmente. ¿Alguna pregunta o
Are
comentario?
there any questions or comments amongst the attendees? Yes, there is a question here. They're going to give the person a microphone. Just 1 second, please.
Buenas tardes, Douglas Rodríguez.
Good afternoon, Douglas Rodriguez here from Roger. The question, shall I ask it in Spanish or English? To be practical here. Spanish, all right. We understand that the whole legalization apostille process is not within the hands of the FDA. We do understand that the FDA plays a very important role in digital transformation, both in the US as well as the impact that will have in Latin America in the case of e-documents. So the question is, what are the efforts that you think the FDA could do to talk to authorities in Latin America and explain to them that because of technological breakthroughs and direct validation at the FDA's website, then the other processes are no longer necessary? We understand that the legislation make legalization apostille and sworn translations a requirement, but if a regulator talk to another regulator just to create confidence that everything is safe because it is a direct validation from a trusted source, maybe this could help us here in Latin America, and we could take the step of eliminating that need of that extra step when the document can be directly validated at a origin website.
Thank you, Douglas. Anthony, do you want to comment?
Sure. I was turning off my translation to avoid any echoes. So that's a very interesting point. And Vesa is here, and she's in the FDA Latin America office. And we are also working with our Office of Global Policy and Strategy to get the word out of this new process. So we are actually making efforts to convey this new process to our foreign counterparts so they understand. So that is certainly steps we're taking.
Thank you, Anthony, and I'm happy to also add on that point as well. We do have some experience, as was mentioned before, on the pharmaceutical and utilizing electronic certificates for pharmaceutical products. And as part of that process, even before, FDA does work bilaterally with a lot of the regulators here in Latin America office. And that is one of the topics that we're trying to also address, and also let the regulators know how these databases can be utilized for their decision making. So that is something that FDA is certainly doing, in addition to having these outreach opportunities to learn and and notify the public as well about the decision to move forward for medical devices. So that's definitely action that has been taken with pharmaceutical products, and we intend to do the same with medical devices as well as we move forward with this process. We also understand that the apostolic process is sometimes part of the laws or the regulations that take a long time to change. And then we do recognize that, but I think there's also been some regulators that have been open to utilizing a validation of these certificates through the FDA databases. And so I think there's some countries that do not require apostolic process since there's a way to validate that information directly in the database. But I understand there's a lot more countries in Latin America that still require the apostolic process. But we hope that by providing ways to be able to validate this in a quickly manner, that although those processes make time to change legally, that you know, in time, these ways of addressing this validation can be utilized. These databases can be utilized instead.
Yeah, thank you,
And
Victor.
thank
Okay.
you. Please, Anthony, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, so that's one reason too why we started so early, because I mean we made the announcement like 6 months ahead to give us ample time, not just from the regulatory side, but also from industry side, so everyone could be aware of what's going on, so that by the time we launch next year, so that we can have as many people on board as possible, and that the transition will be successful.
And I think there's two issues very important here. One is a question that came through the Q&A, and I don't know whether you have information, Anthony or Vesa, on if the State Department is going to issue a formal notification or a publication on the acceptance of the color printed copy of the CFGs from the FDA. I think that would be really useful and would bring security and transparency to the whole procedure. So I think that's a very important issue to consider with them. And the other thing is that the real problem, or that I think Latin countries, and coming from Brazil, I feel I can say that, is that they're trying to deal with forgery and falsification. So by having a government database where the actual national authority gets through it and access, as you showed, and he is actually going through the source to see if that document was really issued by the authority. I think that really prevents and tackles directly the problem that we are looking for to resolve with the CFG. So and also with the apostille and all the process. So hopefully this is the beginning for a movement, a bigger movement, where we can go directly through these when countries begin to digitalize and embed this kind of systems within their authorities' procedures, so to speak. So that's why I think it's so important that you are pulling the chain and bringing this subject as a primary authority doing this process, and learning by doing is very important in our case in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. So in terms of the actual process to apostille, like with the color printers, certainly we will communicate that with industry. So this is something that was just conveyed to us like last week. So this is fresh off the press. So whoever's attending today, they're getting the latest information. So certainly we'll continue to be as transparent, and also like CDRH likes being transparent, and to make sure that, you know, we convey all the information that we have to industry. So once we get closer, we will have like more specific details to provide. And also when each requester receives a certificate, they'll get detailed information on exactly how to use these certificates.
Oh, excellent. Sandra, would you like to comment anything else from your side?
Aquí en el aula. Sí,
Any
tenemos
other questions? Yes. If possible, I would like to hear the perspective of some of the regulators who, as of January next year, will start to receive electronic certificates. If we have people in the room here, you are going to face this in January. How do you see this? Do you see this as a risk? Do you see this as a process that is going to flow smoothly? I would like to hear your opinion. Anybody here? Thank you. Yes, I am visualizing this from the perspective of the fact that here in Mexico, we have the equivalence agreements for the products that have already been approved by FDA. We acknowledge them, we recognize them. So it's going to be interesting to see how this will impact. Anyway, in our regulatory framework, we already here in Mexico, we have a mechanism that can help us validate or consider electronic files. We are prepared for that because, well, there's been a transition here. We're also thinking forward. COFEPRIS has been trying to migrate the registries into a more digital environment. So this is very timely and very interesting. And to see what the FDA is doing is encouraging, because it is true that in Mexico, this is something that is going to have an impact on us, no doubt, but our regulatory framework is ready. We were already migrating, we were foreseeing the changes. So we hope that if any adjustments are necessary, well, we, the authorities, I believe that we will find a way. We will find a way in which we can deal with things as we see them, and to make certain we do this in the safe way.
Muchas gracias. ¿Algún otro comentario?
Thank you. Any other questions? There are no further questions or comments here, Marina. If you have any closing remarks.
So here, I think we have no questions again as well, but I would like to really thank Mr. Anthony Obas and Vesa Vunic for this presentation. I think you brought excellent, new, updated information. I think we needed that at this point, so that's very useful. I thank you for your time, and we are also available to keep discussing the subject with you whenever you think it's necessary.
Sure.
Thank you.
And one thing I'd like to add that you pointed out earlier is that regarding established databases in terms of modernization. So yeah, sure, that's something we'd like to move towards doing. So I think you were insinuating that maybe the CFG may not be needed, and then we could leverage other databases from the FDA where we can bypass the CFG process. So on those terms, I'd like to point out that this CFG provide some additional assurances versus just checking a database for, let's say, registration and listing. Because for a certificate to foreign government, for example, we check compliance, which is like the compliance status to good manufacturing practices. We check recalls, we check injunction, we check seizures. So there's a lot that goes into issuing a CFG that's a little bit more involved than just showing that the device is marketed in the US. So that's just something to keep in mind. So I'd like to point out.
Thank you, Anthony. Actually, this touches on a next topic that I believe it's on the agenda, and that is the databases that exist for different purposes. And certainly I think that's something that we will also address. So thank you for that segue. And also just want to note that the Latin America office, the FD Latin America office, is a resource here in Latin America. We do engage very regularly with a lot of regulators here as well. But if there is any questions, for example, after this particular talk, how we intend to move forward, questions about further questions that we could have directly either with regulators or any other questions and feedback that may come up, please do not hesitate to contact us, because this feedback is really important to FDA. And as we're moving through this process, we want to make sure that when we issue the certificates, they really meet the intended use, which is those they're going to be using these certificates. So just wanted to note that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your final comments. With that in mind, I'd like to close this session, Sandra, and pass over to you for the next conversation that I think it's connected to this one. So thank you so much.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. Gracias, Marina.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marina, and to all of the FDA team. Thank you. I believe that the information that you shared is extremely valuable. And as you've mentioned, both Marina and Vesa, the next presentation has to do precisely what do we have now in databases that regulators are developing, and where are we heading, and how can we capitalize the information that is available there. And for that, we have the chance of getting to know more about databases, the databases that are being developed in Argentina by ADMATI. We will listen to the Brazilian case, and finally, Vesa will once again join us to speak about the FDA databases. But unfortunately, right now, Carolina is flying, Carolina Magnati from ADMAT, but she recorded her presentation, and so we're going to roll it now. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation so that we can do this presentation. And secondly, I apologize because of logistical reasons I could not attend in person, but we didn't want to miss the chance of participating in this space. What we will present is, according to the electronic regulatory tools of ERNAT, how we have emphasized being able to have different mechanisms for the reliance and the acknowledgement of other regulatory agencies. So what we will do during this presentation is to give a general screenshot of the different digital systems that we have at the National Institute of Medical Devices, the INPM. The paperless program of ADMAT is something that we started working as of 2010, according to the document 688910, which spoke about establishing reliable mechanisms to going paperless. So the different institutes that make up ADMAT, be it the Medicine, Food, Medical Technology, and the National Administration Office, they have all been working to find a solution to kick off the program. And MAT has been always cutting edge in innovation processes to reach full digitalization. And this is a way in which we have been allowed to provide an answer during the pandemic to the needs that we were all facing, since ADMAT, as we have said, as of 2010, had been working with all the paperless system. The migration mechanism towards digital environments was much easier. Particularly speaking, The National Institute of Medical Products has 100% of all of the procedures already been digitalized. Now, what we want to show you here is the different systems that have been implemented by the IMPM. In 2017, we started working with the Helena system, which is a product registry system. In 2019, we worked with the Bonita system, which has to do with the import of medical products. Those two systems have allowed the fact that by 2019, when Bonita was already operational, we had a smooth transition during the pandemic for the registry of medical products in Argentina. It was a mechanism that was quite agile. Now, in 2022, we created the HEMA system, which has to do with our own enabling system for renewal of good practices certificates. And soon enough, we will have the Argos system, which is a techno-surveillance system. The idea is to tell you about how the different systems are interacting and what are the possible procedures that you can use them for. Helena was created by 5706. That was a provision of 2017. The idea back then was to provide a agile registry mechanism for class 1 and class 2 products. And up till now, all of the procedures for product registry are registered like this, as you can see on the screen. The registry, the validation, and the 1, 2, 3, and 4 products, as well as the in vitro products. They have all been sent through Helena, ABCNT, and then also the IVD approvals for low imports that are considered in Article 6, provision 2675. Nevertheless, there are some procedures that are not work through Helena, but are digitalized, such as transference, cancellations, or corrections. Those are worked through the TAT system. This is a system that is also copyright of the national government. On the other hand, and based on the dynamics of this matter, we should say that the Helena system, aside from allowing for the registry of products or the validations or changes, it also has a library of public consultation. That is to say, a user, without having the need of having a user within the system, they can still run searches at Helena to see if the product has a registry or not. And so in this library, access is granted to public offices. And so with this, people can consult the registry of products in our country, how was it registered, and everything that is relevant about its specs. The second system, which was also launched in 2019, is the Bonita system, which it helps in registering imports of medical devices, as well as of IVD products and used products. It is a system of great simplicity. And as we said in the beginning, during the pandemic, it helped us provide a feasible solution for the emergency situation that we were facing. Nevertheless, there are other imports that are not happening within Bonita, but likewise, they're digitalized through the remote registries, such as the free sale certificate and all of the passive use procedures and the PM imports that are used directly by users. Now, regarding the import certificates, or the free sale certificates rather, what we want to highlight about this certificate is that through the viewer, we can verify the authenticity of the document, and in this way, it is possible to use it as a document for product export. On the other hand, we also have the HEMA system, which speaks about a system of the fiscalization office. Since it is a program, a system that is new, it is through this system that the renewals are being carried out, the BTF renewals of producers, importers of medical devices at the local level. And the rest of the procedures where the fiscalization office is required for initial habilitation, changes, BPF renewal, or an extension of a category, they're also digitally handled, but through the TAD system. The idea is that little by little, this system will be extended to the rest of all procedures. And finally, last but not, and this is because this is the techno surveillance provisions came out last week. We had this new provision for technical surveillance, which gave rise to a system that is also our own for medical devices. And just like in the case of the ELENA system, what it allows is to have a library where any person can search and see if products have had any claims from the side of technical surveillance. So this system, it can help us notify people, and those notifications are done firstly by the heads of the registries. And the idea is to have a notification of adverse effects as well as corrective actions in the field. What are those corrective actions for field safety and security? Well, everything is connected to a change of the product, a correction, an update of the software, for instance, or any change in the structure of the product or any alteration in terms of how it is used or in the special processes that the product has, as well as anything that has to be withdrawn from the market. What is the objective that this system pursues? It is to strengthen everything related to post-sale commercialization and surveillance, to be able to publish warnings in the official pages, and to carry out training campaigns for the heads of the registries for the use of the system, but it's also centering around a strong training to health professionals so that they understand the relevance of them having those notifications as well, and so that ANMAT can carry out all necessary actions so that the products that are in the market are safe and high quality. And finally, as we mentioned before, it is also about a post-sale training and post-sale surveillance, something that we will discuss later during the conversations that we will have with Bajo. But in terms of surveillance for us, for ANMAT, there are three main links. The first one is safe purchase, which has to do with a place where users can consult the authorities whether the product has a registry or not. And through this program, the idea is to provide people with tools, the buyers of medical devices with tools, so that they know the type of documents they have to request and verify that the products that they acquire are registered at ANMAT and they're safe and secure. And there's also post-sale monitoring to consider. The goal there is to have a systematic process, a continuous process that will allow an assessment of the products in the market. And when there's a flaw in the quality of a registered product, what happens is that a sample is taken and to the labs at ANMAT so as to determine what was the reason why the product failed, if it was an isolated incident, if it's something that has to be blamed on the producer, and therefore have an analysis of the trends of the products and their market performance. Lastly, with this new provision that came out last week, we also have the techno surveillance program that, even though as of 2010 it has been developed, this program had been not updated because of changes in regulation and because of different innovations that have taken place in terms of medical devices. And for that reason, this new provision is going to give a necessary boost for the products to face challenges so that there's a system for the notification. And finally, what we leave you with here is important information. Here is how to access the instructions of the systems. The links will take you to the explanations of how to use the system that we give our users. We do not have a link for Argos because it is brand new. It's not yet been launched. Since the provision is so new, we're barely beginning to train people in the use of the system. But when we finish with the training of our own staff, you will find that on our website so that you see the instructions that we give users for this particular system. And once again, speaking about reliance, both Helena as well as the Argo system, they are two very important pillars for product reliance, since in those public consultation libraries, any person, regulatory authority, or anybody can consult whether that product is registered at ANMAT, go to and see the repository to get to know the data that have been declared of the product. And later, when the Argos system becomes operational, people will be able to consult if any particular products have shown any type of serious adverse effect or any corrective action that is necessary. Thank you very much for your attention, not only because of the invite, but also because you listened to us. And we hope to see you tomorrow, face to face. Bye-bye.
Perfecto, pues.
Helped us to get the recording, because even though Carolina could not be here, she helped us so we could have the recording. Thank you for that, Roberta. And now, if there are any comments or questions for Carolina, and if people are following us on Zoom, Please write that down on the Q&A so that we can answer those questions. And well, for the participants, if you have any questions for her, please send it so that we can give it to her, even though people who are here tomorrow will be able to ask the questions directly.
So now I'm going to introduce Nisa. We'll know about the experience and welcome. So we are ready to listen to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hillo, as introduced. I work as an advisor at the Medical Devices Office of the Brazilian Health Regulatory Agency, and I'm here to tell the Brazilian side of our electronic regulatory tools, leveraging regulators database related to Reliance. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for having us here and talk a little bit of our information systems and the certificate we issue electronically, so other foreign regulatory authorities can validate if some product is authorized to be marketed here in Brazil. Well, what's the rationale of our exposition here? Well, we understand that regulatory performance is vital for patients' timely access to medical devices. And this is also a point made by WHO, and they also have, for instance, frameworks to assess the regulatory performance of some countries or jurisdictions. And we also understand that many hands make light work. So if we have Reliance among us as health regulatory agencies, and that could make us better in our assessment, as well as faster than before. So first we need to say something about how the Brazilian marketing authorization process works. And everything we have here in Brazil is already, which is already in place. We have information systems that does the whole process inside the system throughout the whole registration process. And our workforce applies a rigorous scientific process to ensure that the marketing authorization that the market authorization of medical devices here in Brazil are safe and effective. And how that happens? Well, we have at least one round of a scientific assessment, and at most 2 rounds if some information is needed to perform the whole assessment of the medical device dossier. So the first step, which is mandatory, the sponsor can submit all the documents to prove that their medical device is safe and effective. And when we receive that through our information system, we start the scientific assessment. If some information is needed, we send a deficiency letter to the sponsor, and when we get the response from the sponsor, in fact, they have 120 days at most, and they can reply the deficiency letter to us with that information which we need, and we perform a secondary assessment, scientific assessment following the deficiency letter response. So with that information on hands, we make a decision
about granting or rejecting the market authorization of that medical device. And this same medical device may have been submitted for review to another appropriate assessment body or recognized regulatory authority under equivalent regulatory requirements to those in Brazil. This leads us to the following slide, which tells the definition by WHO what is reliance. Reliance is an act whereby a regulatory authority in one jurisdiction may consider or give significant weight to work performed by another regulator or other trusted institution in reaching its sound decision. So Anvisa could optimize its regulatory assessment times with an abbreviated assessment of medical devices based on the work performed by a foreign regulatory authority, which Anvisa considers as a reference authority. We are performing we are finishing our draft to publish the rules to make it happen from our side. But other foreign regulatory authorities that have relies in place, they can rely on our work performed by our experts. And how that can be done. So when we finish our marketing authorization process and the registration is done, the sponsor can ask Anvisa electronically, of course, which we have, which has been some years since we have that in place. They can ask Anvisa to issue a certificate so they can prove that their medical device is authorized to be marketed in Brazil. So when that sponsor have been submitted for review to another assessment body regulatory authority, they can have that certificate on hands and deliver that certificate to the health regulatory authority that can rely on our work. And this is how the process of creation as well as validation of the certificate exists. So when the sponsor wants to submit the certificate to the foreign authority, they will access the Brazilian government portal. You can see on top of the origin icon how it looks like, and the sponsor can request Anvisa to issue the certificate, and if all the information is fine and the registration hasn't expired, we issue a certificate that has a validation code included in the certificate. You can see on the certificate, you can see the certificate on top of the slide on the right part. And that validation code, which is a hash code that can be used by the foreign regulatory authority to access the same Brazilian government portal to ask our internal system to validate the certificate with the hash code, using the hash code as an input to the systems. And you can also issue a second copy of the same certificate. So you can match the both certificates from the sponsor and from our systems, as well as match the hash code that's unique for the certificate. And if you want to have a copy of the certificate, you can issue a copy as well by this same system. And we also have another other alternatives. So you can check in our databases information regarding the products we have been authorizing to market in Brazil, and that the expiry date hasn't reached it yet. So we have a systems called consultas, which may be translated as queries or inquiries. And if you have the numero Anvisa, which has number granted uniquely to each medical devices that is authorized to be marketed here in Brazil, you have all the information you also have on the certificate of the last slides. This is a way to know that the product it's currently marketing in Brazil, currently allowed to be marketed in Brazil. We also have a daily basis updated spreadsheet, which is also deployed on our portal. So you can check not only the medical device you want to know if it's authorized to be marketed in Brazil, but every other medical device. So we have more than 83,000 medical devices that you can check all the information available on every certificate granted to the sponsor that their medical device is authorized to be marketed in Brazil. So this is the main information we have regarding the validation of the authorization of the of marketing the medical device in Brazil. So every other regulatory authority can check if the medical device is authorized here in Brazil to be marketed. Thank you, everyone.
Elio, muchas gracias por compartir. Vamos a pasar de inmediato a la presentación.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Let's move on to the FDA presentation, and then we'll have the Q&A at the end. So go ahead, please, Besa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to join again. I'm Besa Bunici. I'm the International Relations Specialist with the FDA Latin America office. Really, we would like to, as part of this presentation, we would like to provide more information about our FDA databases. We realize that I think one of the WHO reliance guidelines is having these databases and making the decisions more transparent. And we certainly have the databases for medical devices that we hope to go over these databases and how they're used and for what purposes. So just to start off, the definition of our medical device definition is to determine safety and effectiveness of a device by weighing in probable benefits against any probable risks. And so we're doing that by assessing the safety. And per our regulations, the decisions that we make are based on scientific evidence. And we're ensuring that the probable benefits of a particular device as part of this process outweigh the probable risks. So that's one aspect. And then also we're looking at for the effectiveness of the medical devices prior to clearing or approving them. And again, it's based on valid scientific evidence that is present to FDA to make these decisions. And we're looking that they have clinically significant results. FDA does have different classification of medical devices. So we have low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is it's because we have different submissions based on the classification of medical devices. And so our 510K submission, what we call 510K, these submissions are generally for class 2 devices. It is required within our laws to have a pre-market notification prior to marketing these devices. Majority of these are class 2, and we are looking at if the product is as safe and as effective as another product in the market. And so we're comparing and having a predicate device to compare to as part of that review process that we do for these products. And this tends to be on our pre-market program, one of the biggest volume of products that we review and clear, and we do get about 3,000 or so submissions per year. De novo classification, these are not, we don't have a lot of these typically because these are, this pathway, this submission pathway is used whenever there is not a predicate, so it tends to be innovative products. And as part of this process, these are used for low to moderate risk devices, and we're using these as a classification process. And then also PMAs or pre-market approval submissions are typically for our class 3 devices. So I won't go a lot into the details of this, but I just wanted to introduce the different types of submissions before going into the databases. And so FDA does have a medical device databases. So there's this particular page that has all of our databases. It includes pre-market databases as well as post-market databases. I won't go into the depth of all the databases that we have, but we will provide the link to this. It has information on pre-market clearance and approval decisions by the FDA. We have a database for recalls. We have a database for medical device reports. All of that is available to the public. So these are links provided there. And it looks like this. So our 510K, so I will go in the 510K, primarily spend a little bit of time on the 510K since that tends to be the bulk of the products that we review under that class 2 classification. And so if you go into that link, it looks like this, and you're able to search products by the 510K number, for example, if you have it, or an applicant name. So there's different ways on how you can enter that information to populate what you're trying to achieve. One, I would point that there could be a click on the quick search at the bottom of that page. And let's say, for example, I want to find, I don't have a particular 510K number or information on a particular product, but I do want to search the FDA databases for a particular type of product. So in this case, for this example, we just inputted non-invasive blood pressure device, and you should get a list of all of those type of devices that FDA has reviewed, and also the 510K number there as well. And so by clicking the 510K number, you're also able to get to the summary, the approval summary for the clearance summary for the 510K. And you're actually able, I'm going to show this, and I hope that you can see it. Can I confirm that you can see the other screen? Sandra? Can you see the PDF?
Sí, sí, la vemos, Besa, gracias.
Okay, gracias. And so by going to the database, these are the letters that we issue to the applicants as part of the 510K process. So in that previous slide, if you're able to click at a particular 510K, you're actually getting also the letter that the FDA and the information that the FDA has used to make that decision. And so This information, you can find the predicate device that we've used, the testing that has been provided as part of this evaluation process, the performance data, and also what type of, if there's a particular standard associated with that we have reviewed as part of the process. All of that should be based in this or included in this 510K summary. So the point here is that this information can be used by industry. For example, if you have a device, and I will minimize this, if you have a particular device, let's say that is very similar to another device in our database, industry typically uses that to see what type of tests have been reviewed as part of that process, or to get a little bit more information on that, to basically to support the process, for innovation, to make that transparent as possible. But also we know that regulators have also used this database as well to be able to validate the information that is being provided to them for reliance mechanisms. Again, so we do have a establishment registration and device listing. So I'm moving on now to a different database. I know that registration means something different to a lot of the regulators, to FDA. This is simply a request. We request that each year the manufacturers that intend to market devices and sell devices within the United States, that they register and list with the FDA. So the requirement is that they register as a manufacturer in our data, in our system, and also list a particular products that they intend to manufacture for that particular year. And so it's slightly different. It's just basically a list of the manufacturers that have registered with FDA to market and sell devices within the United States. So that's also the database that we have. Again, just using this as an example, blood pressure monitor, you can input that as a keyword there, or a particular manufacturer, to make sure that they've, if you want to verify that that's been registered and listed with the FDA. And if you click on a particular product with a particular manufacturer, then you're able to also see if it's a class 2 device, which registration regulation number it belongs to. And sometimes you'll see the 510K submission, as I showed in the previous database, linked to this database. There's times that the pre-submission number may not be there if they're looking to register and list, and maybe the 510K is still under review. Just to note that, but this is all linked. And so what happens if you click here, it links to also to the other database. So they're all linked with each other. We also have the what we call Good ID, or the Global Unique Device Identification Database. We have a requirement for the medical devices to have a unique device identifier included. And so we have a database that includes that information as well. And if we input, again, a similar type of, you can include here, it's keyword search. You can include, for example, a manufacturer's name. You can include, if you have a UDI number, you can include a 510K number. All of these are, this is able to search that particular information and come up with a product based on your search. But again, I just listed a general non-invasive blood pressure monitor, and it lists all the manufacturers that manufacture that. And if I were to click, for example, on one of these, we're able to see the brand name of the particular product, what is the device description of the particular product, the model, and also it's the 510K number if it has a 510K or a PMA number. So all of these could be used as information to help with those type of decisions. I think that Athne also mentioned this particular database slightly in the previous presentation that we had, but we also have the CDRH export certificate validation, and currently if you have a certificate number to include here, you're able to do that, or the facility name, and what you get is the number of pages of that certificate. So a lot of times that's the regulators, they use this database for validation. They're able to see that if a particular certificate has been provided to them, they're able to at least validate that that particular package had 21 pages, and all of those pages were provided for review. So they have a way to validate the expiration date and also how many pages have been issued. So that's currently in our databases. We have also inspection database. Here again, trying to go through these very quickly, and if there's any questions, happy to go in more detail. But we have a particular dashboard that provides all information about a particular manufacturer, a particular product that are publicly available. For example, if I were to, we were to input in our search database, Intuitive Surgical Inc., we're able to see all the inspections that FDA has conducted and also the classification of those inspections and whether there has been any observations issued by FDA during that inspection. And so that's also a way for regulators, for example, to use that information to see what is the particular compliance with a particular manufacturer based on FDA inspections. That so by clicking that, you'll have a list of the different inspections, the classifications, and whether this no action indicated means, for example, there's no observations issued. Voluntary action indicated means that there has been some voluntary action, not actions that results in FDA maybe taking some sort of action, but those we see that they're not critical, but we do request that the company takes action. And so if you click on that particular inspection with the new inspections that we have, you're actually able to also see what type of observations we have noted, so you can make a determination of how critical maybe those observations are. In addition to that, just wanted to note that we have various links and resources, educational resources in our FDA sites, one of them being CDRH Learn. We have over 80 modules, different type of regulatory topics, specifically also on the databases. We also have Division for Education and Industry, DICE, for questions that you can direct any questions to. And so those just remain some resources that we have available. And I think that's all from our side. And happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Teresa, muchísimas gracias por tu presentación. No tenemos preguntas.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We do not have any questions so far, but let me check in the room if we have any questions about it or any comments. I don't think so, but I believe that this is the first of many conversations that I believe will occur in the future. And this is for the race. And this is not even a train. This is a supersonic jet of digital life. So this is something we all need to be involved in.
Ayudar a facilitar.
As a coalition, we are here to facilitate knowledge and the use of tools that are already available by different regulators, so that with all of this safe information that is already deposited in those systems, people can take advantage of it. It's an instruction guide, a manual, a handbook of critical steps to facilitate the implementation of reliance. We know it won't be easy. There are cybersecurity risks, but we know people are working to better prepare us. And with this, we conclude this first conversation on databases and the work of regulators. This is the first time we speak openly about the databases that are available. The first of many, I hope. We thank you for your trust and your willingness to answer the questions even after the event is over. Thank you so much. We will be sharing materials at the coalition's website. And with this, we conclude. We thank Elibersa. Thank you very much for your participation. Have a great evening. Thank you for having us.
It's always a pleasure to speak with you regarding our subjects and what Anvisa is doing to improve the regulatory process in Brazil. And when invited, for instance, in this conference, we can also share our information to gather our forces and our efforts to make it work everywhere and worldwide. So thank you for having us, and it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you from my
Gracias,
side as well.
Lisa.
It was a pleasure to speak about the databases. And I just want to also indicate, as I mentioned in the previous presentation, if there's any questions related to the databases and how you can utilize them, please let us know, and we're always looking to have those discussions and help those that would like to use our databases use them in the correct way.
Muchísimas gracias. Con esto cerramos entonces esta sesión.
Thank you very much. And with this, we conclude. We will have the next session in which we will have the example of Anvisa. We will be speaking about how to make reliance a reality for a regulatory agency. So Leticia, go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to invite Augusto Geyer to do his presentation about reliance. Augusto is a pharmaceutical with an expertise in sanitation law and also has a master's degree in engineering. He worked with products for health since 2005 with a lot of experience in medical device. Currently, he is the general manager of technology for health. So, Augusto, thank you very much for your participation. So you can start your presentation. Thank you very much, Leticia. Thank you for the introduction and for inviting me. I'm really honored to participate of this conference. It's always a pleasure to exchange experiences, to learn in this interaction with the regulatory sector and other agencies that are part of this initiative. Thank you very much. I have a presentation. I think that I can share. Can I share my screen?
Bom, eu acredito que vocês estejam vendo a minha tela.
So I think that you can see my screen.
Ok, perfeito.
Okay, perfect.
A apresentação de hoje.
So the presentation today, you're going to address how we are implementing a reliance mechanism for the regulatory environment of Brazil. A proposal of regulation that's being addressed in Anvisa. But first, I will make some comments about how Anvisa is addressing the regulatory convergency and how we are discussing Anvisa with other players of the regulation of medical devices. So this first slide, it shows how important is Anvisa involvement with the regulatory convergency. The country that has in its framework more than 80,006 authorizations of products that are active, it depends on imported products. So this list is an example with the number of authorizations per country, and it shows the quantity of products and the dependency that the Brazilian market has somehow of the external market of the international manufacturers. So regarding proportion, Anvisa has 60-80% of medical devices that are from foreign countries and only 30% of that are national products. Of the point of view of regulation, technical regulations that are applied by Anvisa, we have a history, and I present here a history of 10 years that we have a comparison of the average time for a final decision of Anvisa, considering the class risk of the medical device in a timeline comparing the different regulations that were implemented throughout this time. So 2014, we had the best practice of manufacturing, the implementation of registering by RDC 40 in 2015, 2018, a regulation that we improved the expiring date for 10 years. In 2019, we had the notification for products of class 1. And in 2020, 3 important regulations about changes of products, implementation of the notification process of products of risk class 2, and a repository for use instructions of products for health that I believe that Elio mentioned in his previous presentation. And more recently, in 2022, we published a regulation, the RDC 751, that we renewed all the legal framework, reviewing the rules for these products according international regulations, what is quite important. So about the regulatory convergency, what would be our main motivations and the main factors so Anvisa can work more with the regulatory convergency? Anvisa participates and are involved in the groups IMDRF since its foundation. We have the MDSAP for a while now. We also are part of technical regulations of different work groups of ISO, IEC. We work with WHO, and we try to take to Mercosur the regulations. So it's a long work and takes a lot of time about Mercosur, but we are being able to apply some of these regulations from IMDRF in this region. So the main factors, the complexity of the medical device sector, the need to have a prediction of regulations to broaden the capacity of the sector and increase this trust in regulation that we build in this relationship with other regulators. Something really important is the possibility to avoid duplication of efforts for regulators and for the industry. So we prepare documentation that can be enough for different markets. We also have globalization of supply chains. And the main result that we try to achieve is to accelerate the access for the patients to new technologies that are getting to the market, and the safety of the patient and the increase of public health for the populations that are involved. This slide shows a number of documents that were created, that were internalized by Anvisa in its resolutions. RDC, it means the college directors creation. So we generate these documents and they were internalized in these regulations that were published by Anvisa in the last 10 years. So for all the work groups, we have a representation and we always want to internalize that. A more recent example of the implementation of an IMDRF documents, we had the regulation for essential principles of safety and performance. It was the RDC of 546 of 2021, previously being the 56 of from 2000, but it was a document that was harmonized in Mercosur. It would apply to Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. And that predicts some requirements for the safety and performance of the products that were addressed in the analysis of the requests that we would have at Anvisa and other authorities. This document, it's a base of the IMDRF. It was discussed and addressed by a subgroup from Mercosur, and the final text was approved by the Commission in May of 2023 after internal public consultations of each one of the countries. The internalization is in progress. We hope to publish this document until the end of November. It's a document that's aligned and it was discussed and we had this legal consultation. So we hope to publish the document up to the end of November. Another example is the RDC 751 that I mentioned previously that works with the requirements for the authorization of the pre-market authorization of medical devices. It's effective since March of this year. And we have some analysis of products based exclusively in this resolution. It updates definitions and the rules of classification considering new technologies as nanomaterials, software as a medical device, and other regulations. It consolidates others as changes in devices, medical devices, and instructions of use that are electronic, that are the specific ones for professional use with a lot of restrictions. We have plans to work with a regulation in the future. So for consumption products too, these regulations address a simplification of the required documents. It adopts the table of contents. That's a document that has been used in the IMRF. And Anvisa has doing a number of trainings, virtual seminars, and also in person to train the sector so the sector can have more knowledge about these rules. Another document that addresses the requirements for pre-market for the IVD. This public consultation was finished, so there was a consolidation, and the final text was sent to be discussed on the board of Anvisa. So we hope that this will be published until the end of November of this year, and the effective date will be 180 days after its publication. So we would have a period of time to adjust so this regulation could be used. Of the point of view of auctions for certification and the good regulatory practice, maybe this is the main mechanism of reliance that we had so far inside Anvisa, where it's used the auditors that we have, and we have the best practice from Anvisa. It's a requirement to register the products with classification 13 and 14, and the number of companies that are from MDSAP, we have 62% of the certificates being issued based on reports from auditors from MDSAP. And on this point of reliance, what we consider as reliance based on this definition from the WHO is the act whereby a regulatory authority in one restriction takes into account an assessment done by another regulatory authority or institution on its own decision. And I highlight this because the authority remains independent, responsible, and accountable for the decision taken, and can even reveal this act. So it's a decision based in one assessment done by another authority, but also under the responsibility of the authority, in this case, Anvisa, that we're going to address. So for that, Anvisa created a regulation with a structure about reliance. It's a general regulation. It can cover any type of products regulated by the agency, including medical devices. And in our case, for medical devices, we are going to address a mechanism to review or an assessment process in a short period of time.
For that, we had a public consultation. It's a normative instruction, and it's going to be available for public consultation. It's number 1200/2023, and it's going to be available until October 25th. So if you want to contribute in any way for the public consultation, you're free to use this website, or you can actually capture the QR code to access the web page. We have an English version, and I would like to thank Leticia for her collaboration in the translation of this document. It's available on the Anvisa profile on this link that is on the screen. In this process, the registration certification for market use, we have the equivalent foreign regulatory certificates, and these are a trigger so that you're able to have the evaluation of the requests that are submitted to Anvisa. Initially, we understand that this process uses the certificates or the authorizations in those jurisdictions that today are a part of MDSAP and with which Anvisa already has a previous relationship, and there is a trust and collaboration relationship considering the auditing program. So what are the conditions that can be applied to this reliance mechanism? We would need to have an agreement of confidentiality that is signed between the authorities that would be trusted, let's put it that way. We would have classes 3 and 4, as well as the identification of the products, and they can be the same. So same intended use, same manufacturing sites, and same legal manufacturer. So in the end, we would have the same regulatory version that would be used for the Brazilian market. Of course, there are some requirements that are related to Brazil, so the labels need to be in Portuguese. Some products are subject to product certification, so this can be maintained. And Anvisa can determine or decide towards having a full evaluation of the product in case there is need or there are any information conflicts. So this can be applied as well. And other than that, when necessary, Anvisa can ask for more information to the manufacturer as well to the authority that actually created the certificate. Finally, the reliance mechanism, as provided in these documents from the WHO, the implementation is a showing of regulatory maturity. And this is something that Anvisa has been trying to achieve, regulatory maturity with the possibility of reliance, of not only speeding up processes, but also developing expertise and in a last resort, having quicker access from the population to products and new technologies. So this is actually our main goal with this. This is an image just to represent how the regulatory efforts happening in different points can contribute towards us being able to achieve a new scenario, a scenario of collaboration and more access to medical devices and health as a whole. Thank you so much, and I'm here if there are any questions or if there's a debate.
Augusto, muchas gracias por tu presentación. Ahora relevo a Leticia para la sesión de preguntas y respuestas.
Leticia is going to help us with the Q&A. We have a question on behalf of Natalie Trejos from the virtual audience. She says, good afternoon. This question is obviously for you regarding the reliance regulation that was issued at the end of 2022. We had heard that the reference regulatory authorities would be announced, but we have not been notified. When will you start with the reliance processes on behalf of Anvisa?
Yes, so this regulation from 2022, RDC 741, as I mentioned, is a foundational regulation. It is a beginning for the handling of the information. So on the medical devices sector, our expectation is that when we have the final publication of a normative instruction for medical devices, we will have the kickoff of that process, trying to have an exercise of expectation. We would have until mid-February. This is when we would be able to have the current and active legislation, because we need to have public consultation. So I believe that we're going to have around 1 to 2 months, and after that, we can have an active regulation mid-February, early March 2024. And the expectation is that all the products that are regularized or regulated in any of the countries and are part of MDSAP, these are the countries where we have the reliance application. These products can have more agility when being approved in Anvisa.
Muchas gracias, Augusto. En la audiencia presencial, ¿tenemos alguna pregunta o comentario para?
Thank you, Augusto. Do we have any questions or comments for Anvisa? Yes, there is one. If somebody could help us with the microphone, please. is a question for me. Viviana Cetola from Caprodia, Argentina. Yes, Viviana. I thought you were talking to somebody in the audience. Yes, first Roberta Mele, and then we'll listen to you. Great, great, because we belong to the same place, even though we're different chambers. All right, so 1 second. Roberta, go ahead. Thank you. My question is related to what has been the benefit that the agency could share through different reliance mechanisms in the history, because ANVISAP has been the most traditional one. What is the specific ANVISAP benefit?
Great. Thank you so much for your question. MDSAP is a great example, a very positive example of the application that we have of reliance. It is a program that allowed us to significantly reduce the waiting time that we had for a certification process of good manufacturing practices. Previously, we had time for certification that actually reached 5 years. So when you have a 5-year period to have certification, and then after that, you have the registration process, the time to be able to reach the market, time to market for the product to actually be accessible is very long, and it's not reasonable to have that amount of time. MDSAP allowed Anvisa to not only reduce that time, but to also dedicate efforts to other activities, including fiscalization of our own market. So the effort that was dedicated to the volume of sanitary inspections was significantly reduced. And the other great advantage that we saw was that it became a standardized work that is relevant. It is fitted to other markets as well. Thinking about the MDSAP reports, they have been used actually by other jurisdictions that are not part of the program, but however have access to the reports via the auditing organizations or manufacturers, and they use the information as part of their regulatory requirements. So certainly we saw the reduction of the time that it took to issue a certificate, and the harmonization of requirements together with other regulators. These are the main advantages of this program.
Thank you very much, Augusto. Viviana, do you have any other questions, please?
Thank you very much, Augusto. And my question is this. Let me see if I understood. Will Anvisa accept supplement to perform good practices from
Yes,
Brazil?
that is correct.
Sorry. That saves you the time of going on site and performing your taxation in other countries.
Yes, exactly. Right? The certification or the report, the inspection report from MDSAP is used as an input for Anvisa to issue our own report in GMP. Anvisa participates in the evaluation of the auditing organs that actually provide and issue these audits. And these reports are used for us to issue our report in Anvisa. Of course, it's an option from the manufacturer to use the certification or to use the inspection that is done by Anvisa itself, or they can also choose to be a part of the MDSAP mechanism and presenting their own report. The biggest advantage is the amount of time. So that would be much quicker when we have a GMP report that was done through MDSAP. Usually it's around 60 to 80 days versus a certification that is done via our inspection can take currently 8 to 10 months.
Right, thank you very much. I have another question. What is your opinion on of the convergence in the South, or the lack of convergence. So let's say Paraguay is having their own regulation, and they are trying new ways of registering, and also they have gone international, as well as Argentina and Visa too. But what I've noticed in a very particular and concrete way is that it takes too much time for the possibility of placing a product in the market and acknowledgement the inspection acts within members.
Yes, this is a process. When we think about document internalization and harmonization, I think that usually this happens in a very fluid way, and it has been that way over the last couple of years with a lot of availability from all the players, and we have reached good results. So GMC 24 and GMC 25 are very interesting examples of this process. And more recently, this discussion surrounding the inspection reports was something that has become a topic in Mercosul meetings. One of the meetings was actually in the last week, and this topic was discussed. And what we hope to do is we hope to achieve an agreement in terms of sharing these reports and using them between the agencies. So it is definitely a maturing process that needs to happen. But, considering all the players that we comprise, we have been reaching good results. And I'm sure that, when we consider the inspection reports, we will also have good results.
Good. So that was discussed in the last virtual meeting, and so the matter of the issue is purely logistic. We've received information that there were meeting in Brasilia. This was in person. It was not hybrid or virtual, and most of the people from the private industry were left outside. And that is an interesting topic, because this is what we were discussing, if according to the acts. And there, it was a Thursday that we had to be in person for a trip to Brasilia on a Monday. This is a specific case, but where I'm going is we need more communication to be organized, as well for everybody to be in an enriching session.
Yes, definitely. It is a message that we definitely need to consider for the next ones. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Right. Well, thank you. We know that these are very large topics, and I would like to close with one last question. Augusto, do you think that the experience that you've developed in Anvisa was a catalyzer to launch the Reliance application and
Yes,
for the new
definitely,
regulation?
Sandra. This was a work that Anvisa was involved in from the beginning, and it really showed a lot of potential for success, and we saw the success. The entire MDSAP process was handled with all the involved jurisdictions, with a lot of detail, a lot of ownership of everyone who was involved. And with time, and we can actually see that today we have over 3,500 manufacturing sites that are certified globally in the MDSAP scenario, and this shows the absolute success of the program. And this construction of the Anvisa relationship with other regulators that are a part of MDSAP was definitely a catalyst, like you said, for us to be able to then develop the framework for Reliance, thinking about product registration.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you very much for making room to be with us. We know that you're running on a very tight schedule. And thank you to all of our audience. We're going to take a break and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Muito obrigado, Sandra. Muito obrigado, Letícia. Obrigado a todos
Thank you
que
so much, Sandra, Leticia, and everyone who was here in the session. I'm very, very happy to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Pues buenas tardes de regreso. Una disculpa a nuestra audiencia en línea.
Apologies for the delay, but we are with the last session of the day, the previously. And hopefully the sessions have been valuable enough. Now, we are going to continue discussing a subject that has a lot to do with what we have been discussing today, which has to do with public consultations and how those public consultations can open a space for the implementation of reliance. And for this, I will invite Roberta Mala, representing Gabiem, so that she can come join us. And I think that Cristina won't be able to be with us during this session. We have Veronica Garcia from Mexico, from AMID. She will share with us the experiences and the perspectives. Why don't you join me here, Roberta? Because the rest of the participants, they're all online so that we're not too far away. And we will also have Juan Olivares from Peru. So we will begin. We will try to be as succinct as possible during the session because we also have the Director of Medical Devices from the Singapore authorities here. She will share with some of their experiences with the Reliance projects. Roberta, why don't we start with you? Please share with us. How is the industry in Argentina living the public consultation processes, and are they using or could they use those mechanisms to promote the implementation of Reliance? Thank you very much, Sandra. Good afternoon. Well, regarding the outlook in Argentina, I would like to say that AMAT, as a sanitary institution, they have a very robust process of public consultation. They have all of the drafts published on their website, and they accept claims from companies this way, as well as anything presented by the chambers. Now, regarding the work with CADIEM, we can say that within the chamber, there are task forces that are devoted to the review of public consultations to share our experiences. They are not fixed teams. They are created according to the degree of expertise they have on the matters. And we also share with CAPRODE, which is the chamber devoted to IVD, in the cases that correspond. And CADIEM is betting strongly on leading the workforce of the coalition that is devoted to public consultation. And in this team, Magdalena Ferreri from CELE is the one who leads the effort on the side of CADIEM, and they are emphasizing the promotion of good practices while carrying out the public consultation, and also to refer to international standards as much as possible. That is how, from the side of CADIEM, we are looking for regulatory convergence and reliance through the public consultation process. Thank you. Wonderful. Now, in this sense, I would like to ask Roberta a question. It seems that when we speak of public consultation, we focus exclusively on the draft of the regulation, but not on the complete process of how the regulation is developed. More particularly, as far as the regulatory assessment or the impact assessment of the different options, as we said in the morning, to solve a controversy from the decision of whether to regulate or not and how to regulate. And in the sense, I would like to hear from you. In Argentina, how much is this possibility of public consultation taking place for regulatory analysis, for cost-benefit analysis, for the private sector, and the feasibility of implementing the regulation? Because we also mentioned this in the morning, you can have the best regulatory piece, but if you cannot implement it, then it serves no purpose. So how is it that in Argentina this is happening? Is it happening? Is there a chance to do it better? Thank you. It is a process that is taking place, and now we have a level of awareness that is larger because we are working with Magdalena in the group. And so it happens spontaneously when we review the draft, when we ask ourselves, what is missing? Is this missing? And this is where we have conversations with the sanitary authorities. We call them the work tables. And this is where we take the discussions on the standards beyond the regulation, but rather we explore the needs of how to execute things and what sort of implementations and times are required. Do we need to change, adjust, anything while putting things into practice? But this is something that we have been doing organically. And ever since Magdalena has been the team leader, we have had a larger level of awareness of it. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask Verónica García from AMID to share with us the perspective Mexico has regarding the possibility of capitalizing public consultations as a mechanism for promoting reliance mechanisms. Hello, good afternoon once again. Well, in the morning, we're saying that Mexico, through the law of quality infrastructure, created a perfect framework for all regulatory practice and reliance to be implemented in our country. But now it is a time for us to acknowledge the 5 principles that have given us certainty on the processes that we must follow for the updating of our regulatory instruments. So today I'll explain the 5 principles so that we understand the current methodology that we use here in Mexico. The first one is, the one has to do with regulatory impact assessment. As Sandra has said, this part of the process is trying to guarantee that the benefits of regulations are higher than the costs. And this is done through a deep analysis to justify the issuance of a certain regulation or its updating. The second has to do with regulatory alternatives that can help us visualize what is the best way to regulate, or perhaps to ask ourselves the questions, do we truly need an additional regulation for anything specific? In this stage, we are exploring options that can help us see how to have a Mexican standard. Do we need it? Do we have guidelines that will allow us as regulated entities to have a clear path, a concise path to reach a goal for specific compliance? This stage is extremely important because this is where we can analyze the cost benefit and also the need of having something different or something new, or perhaps some updating that could help us with regulatory actions. The third principle speaks about the obligation of notifying the project that is being proposed to the World Trade Organization. And well, this organization deals with standards that regulate the trade between countries. And so that means that they are the foundations of the multilateral trade system. The intention is that all of the actors that are involved, be them national or international, can be a part of. And right now, as we had said in the morning with the participation of our director, the director of our association, we find ourselves in a situation of we're reviewing the standards. So right now, Mexico is historical. It is the first time that 3 official standards, even the most important standards for medical devices, are being reviewed simultaneously. And I must thank the coalition for the work that has been done so as to have regulations that can provide regulatory certainty in the medical devices field. The works have been very important because not only do we have the participation of the regulated industry, but also we have the participation of the academia and even of public institutions that can help us have a broader perspective that the regulated industry could have. So right now, this is the review we're doing. We're reviewing those 3 standards simultaneously. The intention is to have those updated regulatory instruments to have a broader approach. Now, the next one is crucial because it is the public consultation period, the subject matter of this table. The objective here is to promote an open culture of transparency so that everybody, all the actors involved, all the regulated entities can have a say on the comments that have been given by the task forces that I mentioned. Those task forces have been strengthened in terms of the actors that they include right now, both from the side of the academia and the industry and many other associations and chambers that represent the medical device sector. What we do together in collaboration is to make certain that the implementation mechanisms are favorable and do not create hurdles to the trading of medical devices in our country. Right now, we are working simultaneously several work groups so that we can have the certainty, and when the time comes for a standard to be created, we have the certainty that is going to be beneficial for everyone in the country. Finally, last but not least, is the transition period. This period is the one in which the regulated entity is obliged to implement or to give us a chance of implementing before the regulation is enforced. The time is nowadays 6 months, and this is how the regulated industry can perform the correct implementation or to have an opening with the possibility of implementing or with the future ways of operating so that we can have a current and updated instrument. Finally, and so as to create reliability, Mexico is heading the right way by using the resources, developing experiences and capabilities to increase the quality of our regulatory decisions, to reduce redundancy of efforts, but more than anything, to provide timely access of medical devices that are safe, innovative, efficacious, and of high quality. I believe that in general terms, AMID has collaborated very closely with the regulated entities and the coalition, obviously, and the intention is the same one, to have a regulatory instrument that can help us adapt to the current environment in terms of innovation for medical devices. That's all I have to share. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Veronica. Now I pass the floor to Juan. Juan, could you please share the perspective of Peru in this process of public consultation and the chance of taking advantage of them to promote the application of reliance? Thank you. Thank you very much for the invite and for the participation. I said in the morning that our local authorities have the good intention of including reliance. However, for us, it is still a challenge to speak about those two subjects you've mentioned. It's a good thing that other countries are ahead of us in regulatory impact assessment as well as public consultation. We are learning from others, but that's a challenge for us. We still need to identify, to work on, and to create awareness of why it is important to have regulatory impact assessment. And that is why we work with an initiative with the support of the coalition last year. And it's the challenge now is to move ahead because in our case, we do not have a clear path of how we should continue doing the regulatory impact assessment. Now, in terms of the public consultation, even though it is true that in the past, our authorities have had important changes in standards, changes that have an impact at the highest levels of the executive power, be it by the Minister of Health or the President of the nation, this given rise for consultation to take place. Nowadays, this is something that has better protocols, because in the past, we would be given 3 or 5 days to send the warning, and so we barely had time to do things. But it is still a challenge because many times, and this is something that I agree with what was said before in another of the panels, the institutional practices and not so authority or the people in power at the moment. At some moments, to all of us who have asked for a consultation, we have received from the authorities some guidelines of how to ask us what is it that you want to get, or what is the proposal, or what is on the side of the authority, what they are concerned and has to be kept. And so we have had those spaces in which we have discussed and we have agreed on many common agendas, but in other cases we have asked for consultations. We don't get an answer. We don't know if they're going to be considered. And at the end of the day, when things are launched, nothing happened, nothing was heard, or in certain cases we are asked to come in and they ask for feedback, and sometimes they listen to the feedback somehow, but it doesn't go very deep. So it depends on the government in turn. Right now, the challenge is to have a practice that is more protocol based so that it can survive the changes of administrations, and that is more stable in terms of the criteria mechanisms. So not only to comply with the demands, which is to present the draft, but also to analyze the proposal that we send, be it the industry, the civil society, or the academia, people who are participating more nowadays, to assess whether there is an impact or not, and to put this to the consideration of the people. Right now, for us in Peru, that is a challenge. We hope that we will be able to create better spaces and relationships with the authorities, because we see that maybe not specifically in terms of public consultation, but other things, when we come up with proposals and feedback, some authorities are open, some authorities see the value of the things that we propose. They think reliance is important. They think it is important to update the regulations that they are aligned to technical standards and the development of products. But there's still a long way to go to make the process more robust, to have more public consultation, to have deeper analysis of the recommendations that are given, and then to come up with a final proposal. This is a big challenge for us, because there are certain cases in which we send proposals and after a year, things have not been enacted, have not been published. We have no idea what happened, because in other places, they're still pending somebody to do an approval, or maybe sometimes it's even the president who is to approve, and so we have to wait further times. We hope that with all of these proposals and good practices that we are sharing here today, that the work can change, that we have a better relationship with the authorities, so that technical consultations are taken more seriously, and there are more robust methodological approaches, so that we can have regulations that are truly updated according to the state of the art of the products to benefit access for our population. Thank you, Juan. And I think you have touched upon something that is quite relevant. We are all in a learning process. Some of us have moved perhaps ahead quicker than others, or started earlier. And sometimes you are surprised when the levels of maturity are so different, and that we have still few examples in which a maximum maturity level has been achieved in terms of applying good regulatory practices, and within this process, the management of public consultation. And I say this because the legal obligations have existed for more than 25 years. I must publicly confess that it wasn't until 10 years ago that I started to learn about good regulatory practices. That's when I started to learn about the obligation of countries to base their regulations on international standards, as well as the relevance of using a regulatory impact assessment with the right type of scope, and how critical it is to see that the duration of public consultations matter, and that there's a responsibility of both regulators and regulated entities to look into comments in a timely and responsible manner. So, and others. So sometimes we're surprised that the health authorities, they do not have institutional process. Sometimes we are surprised because not even companies have that. Companies use quality management systems that are manufacturing center, but also for the managerial purposes. And we are responsible for making certain that we know the requirements that we need to fulfill wherever we are in the country where we operate. And sometimes good regulatory practices are completely ignored by everybody, or they were never in sight, or they were not taken seriously, or something happened within the industry in the case of health products or medical devices. The reality is that we are all at fault. The good news is that we're all committed to figure it out. And it is not only because we want to find a solution, but also because good regulatory practices are tools that are extremely valuable to be able to make the processes more efficient. And the challenge for this conversation regarding the timeliness of public consultation is a mechanism to promote the implementation of reliance. Well, I would like to
And I would like to propose in this forum, and I would like to know the opinion of the regulated sector
como para generar un compromiso en donde en las consultas públicas, en el proceso del desarrollo del análisis de impacto regulatorio y su consulta pública, en la consulta pública.
to understand the analysis of the regulation of the drafts. I don't know if this was contemplated as a requirement as the application of reliance as one of the alternatives to evaluate.
Efectivamente, con todos los procesos pertinentes, con todos los procesos legales que se requieren, con todas las modificaciones a los marcos regulatorios que se requieren, eventualmente nos puede ayudar a agilizar la implementación y un poco alguien decía por la mañana, a comernos este elefante blanco pedacito por pedacito. Entonces me gustaría, Roberta,
so we just want to take this piece by piece. So Roberta, please let us know your opinion about all of this.
Seguramente es como bien describís, es la oportunidad para
Sure, as you described, the opportunity to carry out the reliance from the beginning of the life cycle of a regulation in a public consultation, it's related to space. Also, I was thinking about the assessment of the regulatory impact, what our colleague from Peru said. How open are we and how trained are we to do this and to share the experience with all of the actors of the system? Also understanding the voice of those who are more affected, perhaps the patients associations. How many times are we as an industry to go further and beyond the norm, beyond in order to touch the market, in order to bring the regulator closer so they can have a wider perspective? I am pretty sure that this is the moment and for the public consultation. So we need to have enough time to carry out a thorough revision. Thank you, Roberta. I would like to know the opinion of Verónica and then Juan. Certainly, I agree. This is the appropriate moment that we were expecting to have in consideration what other health ministries have said. It's important to minimize time. We know that completing our deadlines is difficult, but we need to trust the regulators that have previous experience, that have enough knowledge, and also to take the actions that took them years. And it's also something that we need to simplify and adopt good practices that will allow us to implement our regulations faster. Also, we need to avoid exceeding the regulations. This is a part where we explain cost benefit, but also the time that we have available for adopting new technologies. So it is important that we work in this path of reliance so we can have successful strategies that will allow us to move forward and have availability for our patients. Thank you very much, Veronica. Juan? I am on board to what has been said. I believe that there are opportunities, there is a pathway that we have walked, and we can benefit from the experiences from other regions and other companies. For some of us, these are references, and these are references in terms of regulation, of surveillance, and I'm pretty sure that we can learn a lot from the authority. I believe that we have the open doors, and we can to the comments that will help us to improve. And with this entire information package, we hope to provide support and to keep working together to develop a better regulation. Hopefully, this will be institutionalized with the goodwill of all of those who are in charge today. Hopefully, there will be a good pathway. Medical devices are constantly changing. We're launching a product today, tomorrow there's a new version, and there's a new reference in a different country. So we can see that it has an impact on countries like mine. We import a lot of medical devices, so it has a huge impact on us as well as on the great manufacturing countries, and that's something that modifies our reality on a national level. So that's why we need to comply with all of the reliance, with also observing the authorities and trusting the work that goes hand in hand with the academy. And I believe that we have a good opportunity to build a better way to improve the health of the entire population. Thank you very much, Juan, and thank you to our panelists. I would like to open the microphone for our audience in the room if you have any questions about this topic. Can you help me with the microphone here in the front? Thank you very much. I believe that the biggest takeaway of this participation issue is also related to what you said, Sandra. I think the focus is the great challenge is the private and public sector want to participate, they want to foster participation. And I believe that there is a point where interests join. But the biggest takeaway from this is what is the purpose of participation on every stage? I believe that the result should be the product of a greater conversation and to understand if we need to intervene through a regulation or not. More regulations do not mean that we're achieving an economic goal. So I believe that there's a challenge for both parties in order to prepare for that process. And once we decide what the regulation is going to do, then it's not the participation of the regulatory framework. We have seen that the private sector has participated in there and has provided an answer. And also we need the awareness of the public sector to guide participation. It's opening the space not only to raise our hands, but also to have meaningful conversations where there might be enriching information so we can have a dialogue that will achieve a common goal, which is to guarantee rights, because behind all of this, we're talking about the health of people. Thank you. Any other comments to wrap up the session? Yes, go ahead. I have a brief comment related to the public queries. We are all participating there, and I believe that something that happens is that we do not receive answers to the result of the public consultation. And I believe that I know that this is part of the good practices, but it's not that the guild is not participating. When we know that the regulations is published, we sometimes do not see any changes. Thank you. I think that's a part of the process of growing up, of maturing. And that's what we've discussed today with the institutionalization. When you incorporate all of the requirements, and particularly I'm talking about the regulatory authorities, when they incorporate their processes of developing regulations, when they meet the requirements and when they have good practices, they will have one check to fulfill according to the feedback they've received, both in public, national consultations, and also on an international level. It's not only check or no check. There is an obligation because there needs to be proof that the job was done, but the entire time, all of the work of all the parties to propose a requirement, to propose a change to a requirement, it's all backed up by science, backed up by international standards, and this is all done to create the best possible regulation. And this can seem infinite, but there is a reason for that, and the reason is that the final result will be the best regulatory option for the country, the best regulatory option for patients to have access to medical devices, the best regulatory option for avoiding obstacles for the access. So just like the companies in their manufacturing processes are obliged to have all of the requirements that apply to the fabrication of a product, likewise, the companies need to have this in their participation processes. And at the same time, the regulatory organizations are obliged to incorporate the requirements. It can be drastic. We feel pressured when in reality is, and I insist, this is a set of great and valuable tools that will facilitate the process of creating a regulation in those conditions. That's on the one hand, that's on the positive side. But the other side that may not be that nice, but it's a part of the security network, and it's just to guarantee that we're meeting the legal national, international requirements. So we have a great opportunity to use these tools to observe the recommendations of the WHO, so we can generate the best regulatory possibilities for medical devices. Roberta, half a minute? Yes, just to complement Gabriela's question, I would like to say that I would like to share the experience from CADEM. And we have evolution. Sometimes we don't see it. I've noticed that what changes the behavior is the quality of our intervention as an industry. And once again, there is a call for self-reflecting. Sometimes it's a matter of resources, but when we place quality and passion in what we do, we will always have a good result. Just one comment. What I have seen here is that we do, but we do not see. And there is an Excel table that has all the contributions the context, and they take all of the contributions. And in this table, it is written, it was accepted or not, and the reason. So it's just a comment, and I've seen that Anvisa is on a different level, and particularly for reliance. When we've done a webinar for general qualities, I believe that for a comment, if they have anything to say, they can place it there. It's a huge amount of information, and they're going to use AI to provide comments and feedback. Great, sounds great. Congratulations. And how can we use the regulatory practices? How do we measure the effectiveness of equality? I invite you to participate in the next webinar on November 14. We're going to share that with the FDA. And this is our wrap up. We are going to begin our last session of the day. I'm going to switch to English now.
Muchísimas gracias, Verónica, Juan. Ustedes que están.
Thank you very much, Verónica and Juan. Thank you so much for your participation. And now I would like to introduce Rama Sethuman. She is part of the authorities of Singapore.
Thank you very much for joining us. And for us, it has been really wonderful to learn all the experiences that Singapore has developed throughout the years, not only for implementing reliance for your own processes, also on how you are working together with some other countries in order to help them to implement reliance. So Rama, thank you very much. We know it is very early in the morning for you, so we really appreciate it. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sandra. Let me just try to open up my presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening there, good morning for me, yes. And I was just listening to the conversation of the earlier panel, very interesting, very relevant conversations. And these are very real challenges and opportunities that we are discussing on the floor here. Very happy to join this forum. And like Sandra said, I'm always very happy to share about the regulatory reliance practices that we have tried to implement in Singapore. So let me just jump to the presentation quickly. So any regulatory reliance.
Rama, sorry, if I may, can you display your presentation in presentation mode?
Okay, just give me a second. Can you see that?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any regulatory reliance, the starting point for regulatory reliance is this document from WHO, which talks about good reliance practices. So for, I don't think I need to talk about this. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this, but the main part I just want to say is this leveraging regulatory work is the pattern of reliance that we have, HSA at Singapore has started our journey with. And then talking about regulatory reliance, basically, it actually promotes efficiency in the work. So you're able to leverage work that's already being done, and of course, by a trusted agency or institution. But it really, how it helps us is to enhance the timely access to safe, effective, and quality medical devices. So when we talk about regulatory reliance, we need to be very clear here. So if the regulatory authority that is adopting reliance, so in our case, HSA Singapore, we are making a consensus decision to rely on another institution's decision, then we need to still remember that we still retain our jurisdictional independence. What I mean by that is that we rely on the assessments or decisions that other agency has taken, but the final decision for our jurisdiction, the sovereignty lies with the Singapore and HSA for Singapore. So we remain responsible and accountable for regulatory decisions that is eventually taken for our markets. And then when establishing such a reliance report approach, it's a two-way path. So you need to have both sides have to meet. So if the agency that is relying in our context, Singapore, first we need to build confidence in the evaluation and assessments conducted by the other agency that we are trying to trust. So we need to have adequate information to understand how they make their decisions, what are the requirements, and how they come to certain conclusions. And then from the other agency, so whichever agency we are relying on, or for the trusted agency, they also have to be transparent in terms of their evaluation assessment criteria and how they make decisions. So that's why we say it's always a two-way road in that sense. And then it's not just about deciding to rely, that's just only the first step. But we need to sustain the reliance approach, and that requires ongoing engagement and collaboration between the two parties, which is very, very critical. So in this presentation, I've broken it into three parts. The first part is talking about how HSA embraced or adopted regulatory reliance in our approach. So even when we first started regulating medical devices, that's like in 2010, we were very clear that we will adopt a reliance-based approach. Right from the start, we have adopted a reliance approach, and we leverage approvals from 5 reference regulatory agencies for Singapore, which I've listed here, and they were the founding members of the GHDF. So when HSA started our initial regulatory journey, first thing we did is that we didn't reinvent the wheel. We went to see the GHDF resources available, the international best practices, and we adopted majority of those best practices into our regulations right from the start. And we also adopted reliance by relying on those 5 countries as our reference regulatory agencies. Of course, we always say we will rely, but then the identical label intended use for the device. So if you are relying on, for example, US FDA's approval for a device, when you come to Singapore, if you're relying on that, you need to have the same label intended use. So the version of the device should be identical. And of course, we also take a look at how safe is the marketing history of the device in terms of the various agencies before we go for an abridged assessment process, as we call it for HSA. So if the device qualifies, then it will go through a shorter evaluation process with shorter timeline, lower cost, and lesser dossier requirements. But I just want to reiterate that we do some level of assessments in terms of what is important in Singapore's context. So in building up these confidence-based pathways, there is benefits for all of us. So first, from regulators as HSA, we avoided duplication of regulatory oversight. There's always this challenge we talk about. So HSA, Singapore is a small market. So irrespective of each of our market size and the resources that we are able to bring to the table, the devices that we regulate is the same. So just because US FDA or any other bigger markets have more resources, it doesn't mean you are going to have lesser devices. So you still need the catheters, you still need the implants, you still need all the imaging equipment. So the breadth of devices that each of us have to tackle is about the same. So that we need to be very mindful of. So HSA with the 74 resources versus another agency, bigger agency, say FDA with thousands of staff. But then the number of devices and the technologies that we are going to see is about the same. So we all have to be very pragmatic about how do we use our limited resources while ensuring that we do not create unnecessary delays and burdens. And also, we also ensure timely access for our patients. So that's where the regulators can become smarter by having reliance as a practice. So like I said, we can use our resources effectively. So for Singapore, I would say by relying on existing assessments from reference agencies, all the standard, the more common devices we could tackle, and we were able to focus our resources on, like, for example, new devices or diagnostics that were being developed within Singapore, or innovations that were coming up for which all agencies were still learning or trying to find the best way to regulate. So by relying on other agencies' decisions for more standard products, we could invest more time and resources into building our capabilities. For example, in vitro diagnostics, Europeans had self-declaration pathways and all that. So we couldn't rely on that. So we sat down to develop our capabilities in vitro diagnostic evaluation. And in Singapore market, the ecosystem, in our research community, IVDs were very, very rampant, and there were novel markers being developed. So that helped us to build our strength in certain areas that were more relevant for our ecosystem. And as most of you may also be aware, we have developed a great depth in IVD evaluation over the years, and that has been recognized when WHO has recognized HSA as a stringent regulatory authority for IVD pre-qualification. So you can always work on what is important and what is priorities while using reliance as a mechanism to still be able to take care of the entire space. For manufacturers, of course, least burdensome regulatory process. They don't have to repeat the same thing with every single market, and that will allow faster access for patients and also ensuring the safe and effectiveness of the technologies that are coming to the market. That is the part that how we have leveraged reliance in our practices and how it has benefited us as an agency to increase the depth and our expertise over the years. The second part I'm touching on is we continue the journey. Like I say, we continue the journey of reliance. We are committed to reliance, and in recent during the pandemic, actually, we Australia TGA approached us, and we went through the similar process of building trust in our assessment. So we shared our regulatory practices. We discussed about how we evaluate our medical devices, and a lot of trust building efforts happen in the backdrop. Of course, all thanks to all the webinars and remote meetings. And TGA has listed HSA as a comparable overseas regulators for medical devices. So they are the first of the 5 reference agencies. It's HSA Embrace that has recognized HSA as a comparable regulator. But this journey from starting as a country relying on others' assessments to being recognized as a comparable regulator was possible because we could do prudent work. We did less of repetitive, redundant work and focused our resources in building our capabilities, being able to tackle novel devices, new technologies, and state-of-the-art, where you may not have standards available right when these devices come to you for assessment. So that's the journey I also wanted to highlight. The last and the most important part of my presentation is a case study, I would say, because we also continue our journey facilitating regulatory reliance. So as you know, Singapore is part of the ASEAN region. We are 10 countries now going to 11. So we have a group, and we have our ASEAN medical device directive and all that. So we interact with all the ASEAN regional regulators. And through these, way back, Singapore HSA and the Thailand FDA, we initiated conversations on a regulatory reliance approach because Singapore had kind of established our system, and we were having quite a bit of our regulatory expertise going, and Thailand was embarking on implementing their regulatory process for medical devices. So we moved at these conversations, and then, as I said earlier, we need to, first step is to build confidence. So for Thailand FDA, it was very, very important that they need to build that confidence in the evaluations and assessments of HSA. And for HSA, we are very clear. We need to be very transparent on how we do our evaluations, how we do the assessments, how does that translate into our decision-making process. So like I shared earlier, this is an ongoing engagement, and we are committed to do that. So when we embarked on this journey, we started a pilot project way back in September 2020. So we started doing a lot of confidence building measures. So even before we embarked on the actual pilot during the peak of pandemic in 2020, just before that, in later part of 2019 and all that, we had a team from Thai FDA. They came to Singapore HSA, and they spent about 2 weeks, like every day they would come to our offices, and we would share with them and go through our evaluation process, assessment procedures, etc. And just to highlight, this would not have been possible without the support of the industry association. So we worked with APEC-Med, and we brought in some of the industry stakeholders who are very supportive of this initiative and gave us the permission for us to use some of their regulatory dossiers and our assessment information, because we treat all the information with high confidentiality, and our law in Singapore, we cannot share information without the permission from the applicants and the industry. So the industry coming in was also very important. So they agreed to share the information with the Thai FDA, and using those actual evaluation cases, we shared with them how we do the assessments and come to a conclusion. And then subsequently after this, we went to launch the pilot. So after that, even after the pilot, we invited companies to volunteer. So companies who are interested for their applications to go on this pathway. So the first primary thing is that the device had to be fundamentally approved by HSA already. So the companies, when they submitted for their application for Thai FDA, they would opt for this reliance-based approach. So that's how the mechanism started. And then, like I shared earlier, companies would inform in the pilot how it worked was that they would apply for registration of their device with Thai FDA, tell them that they want to go through a reliance process and that the device is already registered with Singapore HSA. Then the next step would be that the Singapore entity, the company that registered the device with Singapore, will inform HSA, give us a letter to say that they have no objection to HSA sharing our assessment of the device with Thai FDA. Once this part is done, this is the administrative process, but very important step. Then we would share some of the assessment report of those devices with Thai FDA. So this is just a pilot as part of the confidence building measures. Then based on that, Thai FDA would have their own regulatory decisions to decide based on our assessment whether they are comfortable to give access to those devices to the Thai market. Of course, there's always this, their local specific language requirements and all that, which they will take care of separately. But at least the scientific and technical evaluations is taken care of. So we went through this process 2020, 2021, and October 2021, this officially Singapore HSA was announced as a reference agency for Thailand FDA, and then devices that were already approved in Singapore were given expedited registration process in Thailand. And then, of course, the key benefits that industry has always shared with us is that there's a lot of efficiency and also reducing redundancies. The cost of registration was much lower in Thailand, although industry may be best placed to advise on that. And also there's a significant, I understand that some of the devices went through like 60-70% lesser time in terms of market access. That's what I understand from some industry feedback. So this is just a slide explaining the process that I shared. So with the actual launch of the scheme, I understand that Thailand FDA has put in this process into their online application system itself. So upfront, when a company applies for medical device registration, they opt in for this pathway if they are willing to go there. Then they will submit this letter allowing HSA to share our assessment information with Thailand, and then the process goes. While we started the pilot, we used to share evaluation reports for the pilot devices for every application with Thai FDA. But with the confidence that has built over the period, we no longer share for every application. So they would inform them, and then Thai FDA will make their regulatory decision based on leveraging HSA's registration. But where they have specific concerns on a specific application, they do come to us and we share our more technical assessments or as when needed the information that Thai FDA needs for their regulatory decision making. So basically, what are our learnings from this entire journey I would want to highlight is that, of course, resources are required for reference agency, which in this case was Singapore, was the reference agency for Thai FDA. But we needed to spend that resources initially in terms of our confidence building measures. We shared evaluation reports, we engaged them, they came down to our offices. Again, in 2022, the Thai team came back to HSA and spent, after the pandemic was more steady, they spent a couple of weeks. We had a 1 week of virtual sharing sessions, and then they came down and again to clarify further questions and understanding of the assessment. Because once you go through the process, you have more mature questions and that you would want to clarify. We could really see the journey that the Thai regulators had taken, because from the starting point in 2019 to the 2022, when a team of evaluators were here, we could really see the maturity level of the questions and the greater grasp of understanding of medical device assessments, which was really heartwarming to see. So they spent again another couple of weeks with us to understand more in terms of our regulatory strategies, principles, approaches, how we do for novel technologies, which was really a very, very enriching conversation even for us. So we also have to be mindful that just because Thai FDA is reeling doesn't mean that the chapter is closed, things are settled. As and when we have post-market issues coming up, when there are decisions we take, like for example, we no longer give market access to a previously registered device, we also have the obligation to inform the Thai FDA of any changes to our regulatory decisions. So that's a commitment we have. And also, in that sense that any new information on the quality safety of devices, also these are things that we need to be mindful that we need to share. This is also something that in our collaboration with TGA, where we are the comparative overseas regulators, we have committed that when we revert any regulatory decisions or we cancel any registration due to any safety, quality or efficacy issues, we will inform these partners so that they are able to take necessary actions for their own market. So this is a commitment that HSA Singapore has taken in our process. So I think that's all I have in terms of my slides. I will go back to Sandra now, so we can have a discussion if there are questions. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Rama, thank you very much for your presentation. And yes, for sure, we will appreciate your sharing the slides so we can upload them to our website and make sure that an audience broader than the one we have today will benefit out of your experience.
Sure,
you should be aware that during our morning sessions, we have been sharing your experiences and some of the anecdotes that you shared with us during the training session in Nairobi, Kenya, a few weeks ago. And I'd like to share with you that we were discussing about how you see that Singapore could be one, but agencies that are more mature could help others to expedite their gaining of additional maturity and kind of like do this leapfrog as not to have to use or invest 15 years of experience as you did in order to get into the implementation of Reliance. And for us, it was really something remarkable. And we would like to learn a little bit more on why do you say that? Why do you think that other regulators may have this leapfrog to further advance in their adoption, implementation of Reliance?
Thank you, Sandra. So before I jump to answer that question of yours, right, there may be this regulators, when we started the journey, right, all of us have this predicament. So relying on others, does that mean that we will not have the expertise and understanding of the devices? What would I do if something goes wrong? But going from HSA's experience, when we first started, we started with an abridged assessment based on the 5 agencies, right? If Reliance was not practical, let's say assume, if Reliance was having problems, right, HSA should have then reduced our reliance. But what we have done over the years is have built that confidence that we are increasing our reliance. So for example, when we started, we just had one abridged pathway. Then over the years, we see the benefit of Reliance that we have expanded to implement additional expedited pathways. So if a device has 2 or 3 approvals already, then we have even shorter timelines. We leverage more. So that should be a living example for all of the regulators out there that we have never regretted Reliance. Actually, we have gone on to increase reliance in more standard practices. That is very, very important sign that I wanted to share with the regulators out there. And then to answer your question, right, we all think that, okay, I will start looking at everything because I need to know everything first. then that's your first step, right? But nobody practically can have enough resources to be able to evaluate and cover all the breadth of devices out there. And the devices are going to keep increasing. The technology is going to keep growing. So it is always a catching up game for regulators. So there is never going to be enough resources to do everything. So then what Reliance allows you to do is pick and choose. So what, like in HSA, how we do, you don't have to go through the whole grime of things and then you start now. Why don't you start smarter, right? So when we did Reliance first, what we did was, there are so many best practices out there from the 5 countries you can learn. There are also things to learn from their challenges and their things that didn't work for them. So first we can do a very smart work to understand how they do things, what are their challenges, and then we can pick and choose where we rely, how we rely. So it's really something that we always talk about, in lots of sessions about smart regulation. So you can now be you have the benefit of those experiences. You don't have to fail again like them to start and change your processes. But now you can start in a very high note to look at what all worked well for everybody and then leverage those and then go in a smart way. And then you have the opportunity to learn and fail in those new areas where everybody is also learning and failing. So it's like you can do the work smarter. That would allow you to start few steps ahead of others, because we all have to start from A, B, C, D. You can start from A, B, C, D, but by the time you reach into reading your sentences, probably you spend few years. But if somebody is already telling you that you can do sentences straight away, why not? That's how I think Reliance is beneficial and works well for us.
Thank you very much, Rama. I will open the floor for questions from our participants in here. And from our virtual participants, we do not have any yet, but I'd like to invite our in-person participants if someone has a question. Okay, it seems that we have had a very, very long day now, but then I'll take advantage of having you here, and really I need to share that I was speaking a lot about you this morning. And one of the things that I was sharing with our audience today is in regards of also one of the experiences that you shared back then in Kenya, in regards of the continuous change of paradigms. Could you mind sharing a little bit more, elaborating a little bit more on that idea?
So is it in the context of Reliance, or are you talking about the new regulatory approaches? Sorry?
Both of them.
Okay. Maybe, okay. So the regulatory approaches and paradigms. So we have a traditional approach how we regulate devices, and it's pretty much standard. Like I said, for regulators, it's always a catching up game. The technology and the manufacturers, of course, they will be one step ahead. And then regulatory is always a catching up game. But then the best regulatory process is one that can catch up faster. So the faster you catch pace with the technology, the faster you grasp the issues or challenges in the technology or the risk assessment of the technology, the better you're going to regulate. So, and there's no one right way to do it. Like I shared an example case where we regulated, the apps and the mobile applications, and also when we came up with the regulatory approach for those devices, all those wearables and health devices, health technologies that is out there. And then how HSA, we have relied in our processes that has given us more ideas on smarter regulations. But when there are new challenges that come in, like the apps and the mobile applications, our journey started way back in 2015-16, when the digital health concepts and, all those were still not in place. So when we sat down to think, how do we want to regulate the space? We were looking at all these wearable watches, technologies for fitness and health. And we were also looking at medical devices. So they are also measuring heart rate. There were also some of them measuring SpO2 for trekkers, hikers, etc. We also had devices, the actual medical equipment measuring similar parameters. Then when we had to develop, decide our regulatory approach and how do we draw the line, I shared in Kenya about, there was a lot of challenges, but we need to make a decision. What do we want to regulate? Because if we slam everything, one way is to say, okay, all of you, all our medical devices come, we will regulate you. You are going to kill this entire space of health tech, those wearables, because fundamentally they are not for medical purpose. So they were not being validated to the medical standards and the ISO standards that are applicable for medical measurements. So in that case, if we start regulating them as medical devices and impose the same standards, you're going to kill the whole space. But there is a lot of benefit to these devices also, because it helps people to stay healthy, right? At the end of the day, more healthy the population is, less is the burden on our medical system. So there is a space for those. And then we went through this whole process of public consultation, and then we decided that, okay, we will only regulate what is for medical purpose. All the wearables for fitness, sports, health, many lifestyle purposes, we will not regulate. But then the question is, what is the challenge with that? Is that you may have a challenge that consumers may not know what that product is meant for. So they may have a watch, they may use it for diagnosis when it is not meant for that. Then we came up with the approach to say, okay, if a manufacturer decides your product is just for lifestyle or health management, you have to go and put that upfront on your label to say that my product is not for medical purposes, it is not being validated for that. This is only meant for sports, for lifestyle purpose, and then they don't have to be regulated. But if a manufacturer doesn't label clearly for consumers to know the actual purpose of the device, then we will regulate them as medical devices. So it's a choice for manufacturers. We went to take this approach. We transparently put this up on our guidance and websites. And this was one policy I shared in Kenya. We did a wide public consultation. For all our policies, we do our website, the standard stakeholder consultations, but we went one level ahead and we engaged public forum, and where through our government agency, we have these specific sessions we can conduct with the general public. So we went for this policy to see whether everybody, the consumers, are happy with the approach, what are the challenges. So this case study, why I shared in Kenya is in the context that there is no one-size-fits-all approach anymore. The challenge is that for regulators also, it is more cumbersome that we regulate it in an inappropriate way. So we come up with a practice that is not workable or pragmatic, then we will have to do a lot of work back end to update, or that's more challenging to change your regulatory approach after you have implemented. It is much easier to do a more wider consultation and to be able to get the starting point right. So we have had that experience in the past, in the early stages, where we have to change our regulatory approach to certain products. That can take a lot of effort. You have to do a lot of retrospective work and all that. So with the changing paradigms, the technology moving so fast, and with a lot of challenges in terms of the quick changes happening out there, I think for regulators, the best way is to consult, get your regulatory approach right, and most importantly, very clearly always gun for fit for purpose approaches, leverage information, leverage work that has already been done there and proven. So if you know of success stories, embrace it. It is very useful. So it will improve you can spend much less time reinventing the wheel. Then you can go and do more work in areas for which there are no standards, or there are no success stories, or there are no precedents, and you go and spend your time and energy in getting those processes right. So I think that's the whole experience and the approach that I had shared.
Thank you very much, Rama. We have a question here in the Q&A, and it states, regarding the challenges faced when proposing regulatory reliance to the authorities in Singapore, which would you say were the most complex ones, and how did you manage to convince them that it was worth the risk, as it would end up benefiting every actor in the equation?
That's a very good question. I think the fundamentals, right? I mean, Basically, when we go for any policy, when we go for any approval in terms of, that's the biggest challenge for us when we are going to leverage. So the first way is to reassure. So when we do the policy itself, we would do enough groundwork to say that, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to rely. Then two aspects are important. First is giving the right impression that I have done enough homework. I understand what I'm relying on, and I have full view of what exactly I'm relying. Why did I choose to rely on a particular agency? And now it is even better. When HSA started, right, the 5 agencies, we didn't have so many platforms and information that we can reach out. But now things are much better. We can easily reach out to our regulatory compatriots. So we need to reassure that we have done enough groundwork to identify what we are relying on, to understand the processes, and we also have to put up that what are we think the possible challenges, or where are the gaps, and how we would address it. Okay, for example, when we leverage like European Union, we have a CE mark system, right? So when we say we rely on European Union CE mark as our reference regulatory process, we also know that there are quite a number of, like now that IVDR is in, but last time IVDs were self-regulated. There were also some medical devices which went through a very abridged process. So EU has different methods of CE marking. So for HSA, what we did is we went through the different processes and we identified 1, 2, 3. These are the type of EU CE marking process that we will rely on. So for example, if you're the highest class 3 in EU, you should have gone through the design examination process by this notified body in EU. If you did not go through design examination process, but you went through an alternative pathway, CE marking has alternative pathways, then you would not qualify for abridged assessment by HSA. So this kind of going to understand the regulatory process in the reference country and reassuring our policymakers, our management, our government bodies, whoever we are answerable to, ministry, whatever, to say that this is what I've done. I would rely on these processes. Why I do that? What is the benefit of it? So then when you're able to present that, that's the first hurdle that you're crossing. The second, so in our guidance documents, we already defined. So for FDA, you must have gone through a 510K or a PMA. If you are a class 1 in FDA, but you may be higher risk class in Singapore, then no, you cannot go through an abridged process based on FDA. So this kind of information is already presented. So it's clearly stated what we accept and what we rely on. Then the second part of the story is, of course, saying that, okay, suppose there is change to the decisions in these jurisdictions. How can we know that? So how do we establish a way to know when there is changes to the regulatory decision? So now it is much easier because you're part of IMDRF. We have lots of international platforms where we can talk to these regulators. But back then, we set up surveillance processes. We set up our own. We would look at information, how they call it horizon scanning or overseas alert scanning in HSA, and we keep scanning these websites. Now with AI, we have automated some of these scanning processes, not manual. Last time it used to be still manual, but we did spend some time on that. But that was very useful work because you are getting real world safety information instead of repeating the evaluation of the already approved X-ray systems or standard diagnostic equipment. I would rather spend time to see if anything is going wrong out there in the real world. So we spend more resources on that. That convinced our ministry or our process to say, okay, now I understand. So you rely, but you have set up a system where you also keep an eye, and if things evolve or change, you will quickly go in and then revisit your decision. So I may go in and say, okay, hey, we'll write to the manufacturer, we notice there is the safety issue. Now you come and tell me how you're going to manage it. If I'm happy, then there will be a field corrective action or whatever actions. But if you're not happy, we can always cancel the registration petition. So regulators and the law allows us that power. So it is like you need to really, the art of putting across, you need to reassure people that you've done your work and how you are managing any potential gaps or lacuna in the process. And that is how we have always managed to move forward with our leverage approaches based on regulatory reliance and leverage. I hope I answered it.
Thank you very much, Rana. And we have here in the room a question from Roberta.
Gracias. Escuchaba cómo se prepara la autoridad para los procesos de
Thank you.
evolución.
So I was hearing how the authorities are preparing to catch up with the evolution of technology. It's so great to hear that, and I would like to know, in this evolutionary process, what are the features that you expect to find in the industry?
Okay, so if I got the question right, you're talking about the upcoming challenges, how we are preparing for those. So like I said, we have heavily used reliance as an approach for most standard run-of-the-mill medical devices and technologies. So over the years, like I said, for example, for in vitro diagnostics, we've built our capabilities. So what we have done is like the last few years, few things that we have focused on. One is, of course, artificial intelligence-based devices. So even as early as 2020, our first version of our guidance. So we had a regulatory guidance on life cycle approach to software regulation. And the version of that guidance, 2020-21, we have already included our requirements for artificial intelligence-based devices into our regulatory guidance to tell, because we have quite a vibrant ecosystem in Singapore. Though we are small, but there's a lot of innovations that keep cropping up. So there was a lot of people coming in. So HSA set up what we call as a consultation, device development consultation process. So where companies can apply and set up a regulatory meeting with HSA and come and talk to us about the new technologies. This is the first step. This one we set up in 2017, and this has been immensely useful. Not just for the people who are developing the devices. We think we are helping them by giving them more regulatory clarity, what they need to do in terms of scientific validation, and what the regulatory process would look like for their innovations. But actually, it also benefits us as a regulators, because we could see a first-hand view of what are the things that's coming to our table soon for evaluation. And what we noticed is that about 40% of our consultations were on software and AI devices. So we decided there's no time for us to wait for an IMDRF work group to come up or countries to come up and firm up their regulatory process. So we jumped in and we created our own regulatory approaches and requirements, and we published them. But I also want to share to this group that is the guidance, the software lifecycle guidance is the most revised guidance in HSA. Means we have revised it like quite a few times in the last 3 years, but I'm very proud of it because the technology is growing. We are more understanding on the AI and all that. We have to keep improvising how we do things, but no regrets. But at least by telling people where we are starting, it gives more transparency to them and to prepare for the process. So AI is one of the areas. We also worked on specific guidance on the next generation sequencing, but that was few years before, even before the pandemic, we did that work, which is on next generation sequencing based IVDs. We also worked a lot from way back in 2015 onwards. We have been working on 3D printing. Of course, now we have the personalized medical devices and their guidance in the IMDRF. But way back, we started having our own approaches for 3D printing and all that. And now we are also along the way marrying some of the information that is coming up under the personalized medical device working group. But we've also done our own guidance on 3D printing and what are the regulatory requirements. So these are the spaces that we are actively working on. But it doesn't end here, because now with all the chat GPT and all that, there's always newer types of artificial intelligence coming in, and there's always challenges that come with it. But we are taking one step at a time. But what allows us the capability or the capacity to tackle these is because we save a lot of time relying on already made decisions for standard devices. So that's something that I would like to really say with a lot of confidence. And I think that is very important, because For things where there are no standards out there and guidances is where I think we as regulatory agencies need to build a lot of capacity. And the second thing is that we also have to be clear that we do a lot of post-market, right? So when there are issues, we always have the opportunity to step in. So our legal instruments should give us the power to be able to step in and relook at our regulatory decisions if there is strong reason for us to do so based on the quality, safety, or the performance of the medical devices that we have to do. So that would be the whole approach that we are taking. Yeah. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Rama. I would like to ask you, what do you expect to see in the industry, in the colleagues from the industry to support this evolution journey? What would you like to find what would you like to see in us? How can we help you?
That's an excellent question because, you know, to be very honest, it's a journey I started with HSA, I think in 2009 when the implementation had just started. We were a very small team of like 9 staff out there when we started. And now we are 74 who do the entire life cycle. So in this journey, I think what we have learned is when we first started, it always looked like industry not as partners. To be very honest, initially we always thought that industry and regulators have a conflict of interest. That's the idea I had when I first stepped into this regulatory space. But one big lesson that I have learned, and I think is very important, is that industry and regulators are in a way partners. Partners, when I say, is that both of us are working towards one common goal, which is make sure that the essential safe medical devices and technologies reach the patients, most important, in a timely manner. So that's the goal, common goal or common endpoint that both industry and regulators are working towards. So that's where it is more a partnership. And like I said, for Reliance, you need to build the trust, right? So it's very important that regulators and industry should always have a trusted relationship. So when I say that, when we work with our industry stakeholders in APAC Med, etc., in our region, one thing is that while as a regulator, we try to expect that the regulators have to be transparent, should be upfront, should be more predictable in decision making, given very important. I think for industry, the role is that you also need to be working with the regulators, build that trust in the relationship that when things are fine, when things are working well, it's okay. Even if you don't engage the regulators, that's fine. But you must give the confidence and trust that when there is an issue, when there is a challenge, you will always keep the regulator informed. So that kind of confidence is where industry would be very important, because then once a regulator has a confidence that, hey, okay, because when we do evaluations and assessments, to be very fair, when we see who's the manufacturer, we should be unbiased in our evaluations, correct? But sometimes it is important that when things go wrong, the trust is very important that the regulator will trust the manufacturer that the due diligence will be done. Similarly, industry or the manufacturer should trust that the regulator will be pragmatic. That is very important for us to not only make sure that we approve devices in a timely manner, but we also can leverage, because we know when things are not okay, we will be informed that the manufacturers will come to us and work with us in solving any situation that may arise. So one short answer is that, again, it is like, in a marriage, a husband and wife are a couple. So both have to play their part for the relationship to work. I think it's no different. So the industry also have to play their part to have that kind of a confidence building, so that through the journey, the life cycle of the medical device, they can work together to make sure this device continues to be safe and works well for the patient. So I think it is more a collaborative effort in terms of industry, and trust is the biggest word that I would want to bring. And trust leads to confidence. Confidence always turns out better for the patient, because once the confidence is built, everything becomes more efficient and more effective. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rama. We have another, and I would say last question. We know we are taking a little bit more of your time than expected, but you see how interested we are in learning about what Singapore is doing. So Douglas, please.
Hello? Okay. Well, first, thank you very much for your presentation. I think that you has presented to us a incredible journey that HSA have go through. And it's incredible because you started talking about how HSA rely on other agencies and then how become an agency of reference for other countries. So I would like to make a provocative question, if we want to say it, from rely to be rely. Have you considered issuing some guidelines, recommendations that you can put available for other agencies, especially from agencies that doesn't have enough resources to rely and then become in the future a reference agency?
Thank you for the question. While we are now doing, we are very open to do this kind of sharing sessions to any countries or any regions, and we are open to have reliance-based conversations. But to be honest, we haven't thought of coming up any guideline on this whole journey or to kind of develop some kind of working principles at this point in time. Again, it's a challenge of resources and the priority. So, but while we have not looked at having some kind of guidelines for people to follow, but we are very happy to share our journey, share our experiences, and if there are countries putting up the system interested to also see if we want to have reliance-based approaches with us, any kind of conversation related to reliance, we are always open and available to share. Thanks to webinars and virtual meetings, we don't have to fly everywhere to share. So where possible, we're also open to come in and share, but we are always open to share our journey and experience in that sense. But at this point, we're not working on any guidelines as such on that. But we can say, I'm not sure down the road how things will pan out. Yeah, but thank you for the question. But I just wanted to say that this is a very important point I keep emphasizing. The reason is also because people have this misconception that once we rely on a country for our decisions, our capability doesn't grow. So that is the key concern. People say, unless I do, how will I learn? See, because I can never make sure. So that's one key inhibition that countries have. So I think for HSA, we are a very good example to say that you can rely, you can still grow, you can still mature, you can still be someone that people can look up to. So I think that is the key message that we're also trying to share with our regulatory counterparts who may be in different stages of implementation, are very concerned with these questions. Thank you.
Rama, thank you very much. And with this, we are closing this session and look forward to see you soon.
Sure. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share. And it's been quite an interesting engagement even for us. Like I say, you rely, but you still learn. So same way, participation and sharing. We always go back with lots of lessons, even in Kenya. And earlier, I was listening to the discussion and your conversations on how to do consultation in regulatory processes. So there's always learnings in these sessions, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Y pues para el resto de los participantes de nuestras sesiones,
and for the rest of the participants, I just want to thank you a lot for your perseverance, your patience, and your endurance for a long day like today. I genuinely expect that all of the topics that were discussed here and that all the conversations that were held here can be beneficial for our daily work and for our daily life, so we can all meet the requirements, our main responsibility, which is to find the best way of taking medical devices to our patients with the enough safety, quality, and a good performance. And if there are no, are there any final comments by our participants or any final comments from our virtual audience? If not, then we can finish this session. Yes, it was a long day indeed. Well, thank you very much, all of you, and see you tomorrow in our open session. And now again, I would like to thank the General Direction of Medications, as well as the Pan American Health Organization for your collaborative work that is bringing us a lot of knowledge and a lot of experts that will help us to enrich what we do. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. And now for everyone in the room, let's take a moment and relax. Goodbye.